What you are about to hear is from the first of our 2 events in Belgium, which both took place at Plek, which is located in Grimbergen, just outside of Vilvoorde, which is a suburb of Bruges, which is in between France and Holland, which is in northwestern Europe, which is in the northern hemisphere of planet Earth, which is the 3rd planet in the solar system that rotates around the only sun we feel any heat from, which is one of many in the Milky Way galaxy, which is only one of billions of galaxies in what we call our observable universe.
The cosmic view here is, of course, just playing around, right? Well, yeah, sort of, except this is genuinely historical. The point of posting this giant event in its fullness is that we think it matters. On average, only 1 out of 50 of you will listen to the whole thing, and only 1 out of 300 of you will re-listen to the whole event. So it's algorithmic suicide in a sort of sense, but we're doing this for those obsessive burnouts who are spiritually with us on this tour. For those who really seek to understand what transpires in the context of this tour's unfolding, which is to say, how we evolve in how we communicate our approach, assumptions, and theory. These 2 events really are canon.
And neither would have been possible without Joris and Cadell. Thank you so much to their respective institutions, the Multiversity and Philosophy Portal, for making this possible.
The theme of day 1 is on time energy and the commons. In the same way that Žižek talks about how a concept can evolve just in how it gets applied to something, likewise I would say that time energy theory evolves in this event because of 3 factors. 1, new audience. It always takes on some new clarity with new audiences. 2, bringing it expressly into dialogue with the commons, which I have never tarried with. I mean, I do get into it elsewhere, but never in a sustained engagement. The particularity of this audience, specifically the work that Joris is doing, helped me clarify the difference between the commons and a commons. Conceptualizing time energy in relation to the commons as opposed to a commons is a fruitful contradiction I look forward to getting into more in the future, especially how I quilt the whole thing by saying that necessary labor is part of the commons. Third and lastly, Owen Cox and Raven of the Dark Renaissance were there. This was only 7 or so hours after I had published my response to Cox's manifesto titled The Pegelian Right. So while time energy in the commons is the explicit theme, this making myself intelligible to Owen and Raven in light of their engagement with our talks becomes a big part of the rest of this event and the following day. What is it we are doing? How does it relate to the things people care about now? Why is Theory Underground so hard to make sense of within the existing framework of assumptions embedded in political subjectivities today? For delving into such questions, you won't find anything better than these 2 videos.
Quick point of order, by the way. The sound got messed up for the first hour or so. Cadell and Dave both re-recorded their talks, which sucks because it cuts out the laughing and clapping and various back and forth banter with the audience, but it is what it is.
It also makes it so the sync is off. Like if you're trying to follow our lips, that will not work, but you know.
Yeah, just close your eyes while you watch the video.
It is what it is.
We thought about not publishing it at all, but we needed to because this matters, and they re-recorded just to show you how much we care. We hope that even if you cannot finish the whole video, you will at least watch the first hour, then just leave it playing in the background for the algorithm. You know.
Auf Wiedersehen from Berlin, baby.
Au revoir.
It's a big experiment here with hybrid events. We've been on tour since September of last year. Well, September and October of last year. We toured the United States. We went to 17 different cities. We also went into Canada to a couple of spots, including the McLuhan Institute, which is an hour or a half hour outside of Kingston, right, in Ontario. And so the tour went all over the place, and the whole time, Nance and I were just stressed out. I think the people who were here early got a little taste of us being all stressy, because it's tech stuff, and we're not tech bros, but we're learning. We're learning how to be tech bros, I guess. And so part of that is what it has resulted in is we won't have as much garbage files or like heavy, several terabytes of files from the tour. It'll all be like these nice, sexy little files where he's able to sit there and change scenes. So when you're talking, he'll hit a button and boom, now it's showing you. So it's this way, no post editing. So this is an experiment. So everyone put your hands together for Nance for taking on so much stress for us all. He's amazing. He's the #1 road dog. He's the best roadie ever, and he's part of the band all at the same time, depending on what's going on in the moment, right? Multi-use. He's kind of like R2-D2. Not C-3PO, because he doesn't speak a lot of languages yet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but with that said, we're going? We're good? All right, so welcome, everybody. Welcome. Yeah. So, I will leave the proper introductions to the event and to myself and Cadell, as well as Theory Underground and Philosophy Portal, to Nance, who is our herald and has written up, something proper to kind of get us all situated. All I wanted to say is that we learned a lesson in Paris, and that is that everyone else should do their introductions first, because otherwise you're all responding to what we've said, but you're also bringing in your introduction, and that's too much to do at one time, to be doing both your introduction and the response.
We also have more time to play with.
And we have more time to play with. So we'll start out with introductions, and we'll go last. So as far as introductions go, I don't think we're going to do this whole like icebreaker thing. What's your favorite color? Owen will. It's allowed. No, but I mainly want to hear, and everyone else, I'd like to hear ideas as far as things you want to hear in introductions. It's not like you have to stick to this whole checklist or whatever, but I'm interested in where you're from. I'm interested in how you found out about this. I'm interested in how you got involved with Theory Underground or Philosophy Portal or the School of Thinking or with the Multiversity, or if you've ever been to Plek before, which is the spot, right? This is the spot. And so thank you, Joris, for putting this all together. I especially, big hand for Joris. I'm especially interested in Joris talking about how this has come together for him, because for the people who will be watching this on the Theory Underground side within the next few days, right? I want them to be able to hear a little bit about this, because it's amazing. It's amazing. Mama Joe. And you can kind of keep it long or short, whatever you want to do. No pressure,
And it's good that George starts.
Yeah. So welcome in the Plek. This is the house I grew up in. In fact, since I'm 4 years old, I have lived here. Both my parents died a couple of years ago, and then since then I kept the house and transformed it into the Plek, a space where you can have conversations and dialogue without going into a debate. So that's what I like a lot about the Plek. I also use it for teaching children. They come and co-learn here on Wednesday, so that's another aspect of the Plek, and then they learn together. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So how did I get involved with Philosophy Portal? Well, it all started at the School of Thinking 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And it was a program at the VUB at CLEA, where you are from. And that's where I first encountered the crazy wisdom of Mr. Cadell last. He had a long beard at that time. That was the session. And I was like, fuck, I don't understand anything what he's saying, but this guy is very interesting. So, and I rewatched the video like 4 times, and then it started to sink in. And then then you started the Philosophy Portal, and I went to the Nietzsche course and the Hegel course. And
Phenomenology sphere.
Yeah. So that's where I'm coming from.
And then we've collaborated here as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that's me.
Just I hate to have to come. This was part of my PSA, right? I already said the thing about don't use the bathroom down the hall. Well, the other thing is, this is like if you're gonna be in a rock band or you know a musician, you know vocalist, you move the microphone where you look. You did great, but I realize that some people might not. They'll start talking over here like this, you know. They'll be talking fine and then they'll look over and keep talking. And now it's like, well, now we don't hear you. So just kind of like remember, it goes with you, and you'll be fine.
I actually remember very good the first time that I saw your videos, Cadell, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy, and why does he think that he knows so much?" You know. And I actually have a similar memory when it was Theory Pleep. I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" With these weird aesthetics and stuff. But then, yeah, I subscribed anyway, and yeah, I did. Yeah. But then I didn't follow you for a long time, and then when you started collaborating with Cadell, that's when you can.
In Susan Gunner's 21 Meditation Day Challenge portal.
About communism. Yeah, yeah, it was not the commons, it was communism. Yes. But yeah. So I was watching all these YouTube videos, trying to read Hegel back in 2019, not understanding anything. But I was like, it's COVID, so I have to do something, and what's better to do than read Hegel? And the rest is history. That's me. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Clément Vidal, and I am a colleague of Cadell Last. We both teach at the School of Thinking at the VUB, at the Free University of Brussels. And we did our PhD also at the same place, at the Center Leo Apostel. And my current research is about the big questions such as where is our planet going from an evolutionary perspective. So I work with the Human Energy Organization to try to update the concept of the noosphere. So the idea that the Earth evolved from the geosphere, the biosphere to the noosphere. And the other big topic I'm tackling is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. And so I've developed through the years a hypothesis about maybe some extraterrestrials that we have already observed, but we haven't recognized as such. So I'm trying to do the regular scientific work to test this hypothesis.
If anyone wants a copy of
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Clement was my first. I'd say you were my first friend in Brussels. Time we went out on the town and long run. And I remember, yeah, the first time you told me about Slavoj, it was like a mind-blowing experience. That's the alien.
All right. I'm Luc. I'm not an alien, I think, but I'm from the Netherlands, and I think I just saw Theory Underground online, I think about a year ago, and then I got involved into the CMT and CDT courses. And I don't know a lot about philosophy, but I really like it, so that's why I'm here. CDT.
What is it?
No, the critical media theory and critical doxology and time energy courses. Yes. Okay.
And you made the poster.
And I made a poster, yes. He's also a designer. My name is Oscar. I'm also from the Netherlands. I live in Amsterdam. And I actually don't know a lot. I know a lot about other stuff, but not about this. I'm here through you. I heard it like on the background when you were watching or being in a course, and I was like, what is this? What are they talking about? Because I did study like political science and had a lot of political philosophy and theory. And I'm also in politics, so I quite like political thinking, but also a bit deeper in how maybe theory and reading a lot and thinking a lot can also help and accelerate politics in a way for some kind of change. So I'm just very curious.
Oh, thank you. My name is Gael van Weenberg. I'm from Brussels. I've got a background in political science. I have some experience in music production, event management. Then I went into social entrepreneurship networks, worked in digital cooperation, and right now I'm organizing conferences in the vicinities of the United Nations Science Summit. And my interest is into making the digital transformation more human-centric. And I'm partnering with youth networks around the world to raise awareness about that and make it a bigger movement. So I'm connected to this through Mr. Last.
Mio. That's where we live.
Yes, I mean, I remember that the first time we really talked, we were seeing each other for 6 months in the same classroom. But I don't know what was the culprit.
I think we first spoke at a Pinio. I think we first spoke at a Pinio after
Yes, correct.
after a session.
Yes,
And then we went out for coffee to talk about Mio.
yes. And then we went touring America, and the rest is history.
Yeah, we toured around.
Hello, I'm Owen. I'm a writer and an artist from London in the UK. I co-run an organisation called Dark Renaissance Productions with Raven here and a couple of others. I know Cadell and we got talking through internet forums a few years ago. Met together in London at the height of the COVID lockdown. He had this horrendous beard and long hair, and then
I had like when COVID hit, I just stopped shaking.
yeah, so we did that, and then done various men's work things together. Sat in rooms and seen people going crazy and all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, and then know your work.
And you published in philosophy. Published.
Yeah, I've done a couple of the philosophy portal things. I've been on a couple of the retreats.
Help lead real talk.
Yeah, real talk. Been around, lurking, disrupting, entertaining. Yeah, and then I know your work via Cadell and a couple of others. I can tell that you've been quite influenced by my work as well, so I'm glad to see it's mutual.
Hi, I'm Raven, and I was born in the UK but raised in the US, and now I live in Stockholm. And I found out about Cadell during the COVID days of being extremely online, and we connected over our passion for evolutionary biology, reproduction, and sex, which are still main subjects for me.
Back in the philosophy queens.
Back in the Philosopher Queens era. Yeah, so Owen and I, we are co-founders of a production company, and we have pre-production for an event coming up called Exogenesis, which is exploring these themes at the intersection of sex, reproduction, and technology. So yeah, that's what we're on about. And I've learned about you guys through Cadell.
Thank you, Raven. So reproduction and sex, I think that's the reason also I'm here. I've been, oof, I didn't thought about that. Okay, let's start again. Well, okay, let's start again. So my name is Timothy. I'm born in the US. I'm a French person from Paris. And I've studied economics. I launched the first social entrepreneurship movement, student movement in Belgium. And also, I'm a DJ musician. I launched the first rave revival DJ collective in Belgium, 2014. And yeah, I've been very interested into decentralized organizing, been researching this big part of my life. And when I encountered the work of Cadell, naming how sexual differences, the future of religion will be at the intersection of sexual differences and gender wars, I really got hit by some kind of like deep truth. And since then, I'm really trying to bring this notion, this kind of more psychoanalytical approach in the context of leadership and decentralized organizing. So yeah, through a project called the Androgynous Organization that is going to be published a paper on the next ontology of the science of logic. And that's it.
That went well. Good introduction. Nance. Juggling.
Just my luck if you had
Because while you're talking, you'll be using that. We can pass this around when we get back into the discussion phase. So real quickly, my name is Nance. I'm just a random guy. I learned nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say about myself. I'm going to introduce these two.
He's no, you're wait. No, the proper introduction. He's an anti-natalist with 7 kids.
Well, on tour, so I forgot I'm supposed to introduce Nance. Okay, everybody.
Nance messed around a lot.
On tour, we were introducing him as a homeless skateboarder we picked up hitchhiking along the way, because he looked like one, and that's also kind of true. But no, I mean there was more steps in between that, where we were and where we linked up with Nance. But he's taken all of the courses at Theory Underground. He's our model student in a sort of sense. Like he's trying to model for younger guys and gals like how to be in the learner mindset. He knows a lot more than he lets on, but he performs this role of student, and he says, "Oh, I never read anything before last year." Right? Well, of course he read lots of stuff, but he means he never read. And so that's him modeling, I am taking on this student position, right? Which is also something I have tried to model with Cadell, guest lecturing at Theory Underground, with Mikey, etc. And so with that said, Nance is a student, and I think he's showing us all how to be a student. And he's on his way to being a man of the letters, because ultimately he's someone who would have gone to the university, would have learned many languages, would have already written many books if life had not transpired the way that it did, if his class standing and circumstances did not unfold the way that they did. And so with all of that said, he's got the whole thing about his kids and he's also a soldier. He was also a soldier in Iraq. And so all these experiences come together. I think when I think of the underground, I'm thinking of people who didn't make it into the university, or if they went into the university, they got chewed up and spat out. But there is like some kind of a thing like where they're like, no, there's something there though. There's something there though. It's just not going to happen through the institution. And then, so I'm proud and honored to be able to introduce to you all Nance. Put your hands together for Nance.
Thank you. And I will introduce David Cadell. Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground are two very unique operations. There's nothing quite like either one out there today, and due to their nature and context, they do share certain similarities. They are both the continuation of teaching and research projects that started in the university. Both Cadell Last, the mastermind behind Philosophy Portal, and David McKerracher, the feudal lord of Theory Underground, were high-achieving students at their respective universities, as well as passionate professors who felt that their research was being hindered by the stultifying tendencies of contemporary academia. Teaching students who are, for the most part, only there for credit, sucks away the souls of such educators. They have both spent the last decade independently experimenting with varied ways of doing things unconventionally. On their own, they founded independent online teaching organizations. Both have, in their own way, resisted the tendencies of the attention economy, which compel creatives and organizers to become influencers. Algorithms incentivize the cultivation of unthinking echo chambers. Cadell Last started Philosophy Portal 2 years ago and has already organized several conferences and published high-level anthologies that utilize theory from and intervene in academic discourse on Nietzsche, Hegel, and Lacan. Theory Underground is just over a year old, but is in fact a new articulation of a project started around the same time as Philosophy Portal. McKerracher founded New Civilization Publishing in 2022, but quickly realized the direction his project needed to go was very different and pivoted to Theory Underground. Theory Underground changes the order of priorities as a response to a different understanding of the situation and stakes of the moment and potential role in intervening. Theory Underground is taught a grip of courses, long and short, introductory and in-depth, collaborating with well-known and respected professors from all across the world, as well as unknown fellow travelers and colleagues from McKerracher's small state university days. Both Last and McKerracher break from the mold by resisting the role of influencer and instead seeking to teach and empower independent thinkers and researchers via their ongoing education-directed activities. Both Last and McKerracher have refused to insulate themselves from discomfort, disagreement, or collaboration. Refusing simple competition, they have chosen synergistic cooperation whenever possible and advantageous to their own research goals. For example, in the first few months of Theory Underground, McKerracher hosted Cadell Last, teaching Aleka Zupancic What is Sex, which directly related to the courses they were both developing at their respective platforms. For Philosophy Portal, it was Lacan's Écrit, and for Theory Underground, it was Žižek's For They Know Not What They Do. Cadell Last has, at Philosophy Portal, taught several other courses, most notably Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra and Hegel's Science of Logic. He has also written several very important works of contemporary theory, perhaps the most of which being Systems and Subjects, Foundations of Philosophy and Science, which brings Hegel into the new century and generates a conversation between general system science and continental philosophy. Theory Underground's in-depth courses focus on Marx, Heidegger, and Žižek, but the ongoing research is in critical media theory, as well as what he calls critical doxology and time energy theory. McKerracher's most important work to date was published last year and is titled Timenergy: Why You Have No Time or Energy. In this work, McKerracher introduces a fundamental concept for conceiving human freedom and the politics of time. Today, Cadell will propose the notion of commonism as opposed to communism, and Dave will tie this into time energy theory, which has always been theorized as essential to the commons. It was Cadell's idea to work with Dave, noting the interrelationship of the commons and time energy. It's our hope that the connections formed here will be integral in the production of something new, the development of interconnected webs of dedicated, knowledgeable, and able educators who might foster a milieu that can withstand the near future. Please put your hands together for yourselves, as well as Dave and Cadell, Philosophy Portal, and Theory Underground.
Okay. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I'm sort of realizing today that I need to start bringing in the work that I started in my doctoral thesis more explicitly. I feel it helps contextualize a lot of the things that I'm doing now to reference some of the work that I started in my doctorate. What we are going to be trying to do today, Dave and I hope that the large majority of the event is moving in the direction, so take notes. We are going to be doing relatively short presentations and hopefully learning from the event in Paris. Ideally, that the discussion is engaging what we are presenting here, hopefully where we want to get, but where we want to get we don't know, so that actually we can get there with your inclusion. We can only get there together. The framing, however, is kind of what we are trying to provide here at the intersection of the commons and time energy. The intersection of commons and time energy is what we are trying to think through, what we don't know how to think through. I'll be bringing my thinking on the commons and how my thinking has developed. on thinking the commons, where I'm at philosophically with that, which will bleed into Timenergy and the book that Dave just published on Timenergy. I think that is a first principle for a new politics. And I think that is the stakes of Timenergy. First principle for a new politics that is not left or right, communism or fascism. A first principle where we might be able to think new categorization. So hopefully that is the direction we are going to go today. And I also want a presence that all of this is substance subject in the fact that Joris is actually living out the commons. So the background here is not detached from the content. Joris is in the commons. A lot of what we are doing, Joris and I, in collaboration, is fundamentally connected. Joris has been a fundamental contributor to Philosophy Portal in the last 2 years. So Joris's context of being plugged in to what you call the golden cage, the banking industry, taking the concrete risk of jumping into the void, saying, I don't know where I'm going, but I know I need to think of a new way to live. I want to highlight, we're all in this stuff, where all this stuff is going, can we think a new way to live, a new way of living? I am inspired by Joris. I'm inspired by Dave, inspired by Nance, inspired by the stuff we are experimenting with at Multiversity and Theory Underground, because I see the potential for a new way of living. That is what I try to experiment with, looking for that other way of living. So that path has involved my own relationship to the void, my own jumping into the unknown, but I also see another side with fellow travelers, what Dave calls fellow travelers. You can jump into the abyss, but you cannot embrace the abyss void, like Alenka Zupancic says. You cannot just embrace the void. You can jump in, but you need fellow travelers. That is where Nietzsche's concept of friendship comes in. When I was teaching Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra, that was a notion that resonated in relationship to what I think is going on. A different type of friendship and family is possible. This is relevant. Let me give some background first. I want to tie this in to what Dave is thinking in philosophy about contemporary lanes of fracture lines of philosophy, fissures of philosophy. The contemporary fissures of philosophy are responding to what we might want to call the evolutionary cybernetic moment. I was trained in evolution. I was first, my whole intellectual background, I was infatuated by evolution. When I was 19, 20 years old, I was reading Darwin, evolutionary literature, mind being blown by evolution. First, I was interested in human evolution. I was secondarily interested in evolution of life, cosmos, mostly evolution of humans that was front and center to me. Basically, I just added the cybernetic worldview on top of it, which gives the connection where I started with Clea, my doctorate on evolutionary cybernetics, and the idea of global brain, which was pioneered by Francis Heiligen, which was both Clement and I's supervisor at the VUB. The central concept when I was starting my PhD was the metasystem transition. The metasystem transition is basically this idea that the best way to understand human evolution is evolution of different systemic structures. Different systemic structures, they have different modes of acquiring and utilizing energy, different information communication pathways, and different modes of control. These different systems have common sense names we all know. The hunter-gatherer organization, agricultural organization, industrial organization, and now a new metasystem emerging, an informational organization. With each of these organizations, ideas are that there are different energy, information, and control processes. That is the foundational ideas. How I was situating myself in this theory was the idea that the industrial system is dying, and the industrial system basically was based on a communication pathway with printing press technology and a certain control of nation-state organization. You have the industry, the nation-state, and the printing press that represented a certain metasystem that I perceived to be declining and dying when I was starting in academia. The reason it is dying, I think, is because of the emerging of the internet. The internet fundamentally ruptures the boundaries of the printing press technology, the nation-state, and even this new system is fundamentally negating the industrial foundations of energy and looking for alternative energy sources. That is the way I thought about academia. The current way academic is set up is part of an industrial metasystem. That system is dying and a new system is emerging. That system will have a different informational currency. The informational currency of peer-reviewed citations, peer-reviewed journals, and the informational setup of the academic world is coming to an end. And a new system is going to emerge, which is basically being mediated by the internet. So I saw we needed to make that jump. I didn't know how to make that jump, but a lot of what Philosophy Order is doing is a jump from one system to another system, experimenting with the grounds of what is the next system look like. How does it function? So for me, when I think about politics, when I think about the 20th century, basically in some sense, do you know Eric Hobsbawm? So Eric Hobsbawm has this idea. He is a historian of the 20th century and a historian of the modern world in general. And I really like his idea of the short 20th century. Yeah. That is what he is famous for. The big one is the 20th century. He calls it the short 20th century, which is the idea that we should understand the 20th century as in between the start of World War I and the end of the Cold War. This idea of the start of World War I and the end of the Cold War being this fundamental rupture between different modes of production and organization at the end of the industrial system. The tension between capitalism and communism. At the end of this tension, we know capitalism was universalized. Capitalism after 1991, you have basically the emergence of an abstract neoliberalism. We have been in this abstract neoliberalism between 1991 and the present, but I think increasingly we have to think about this as an intermission between Cold Wars. What we are actually, the cracks in neoliberalism are obvious, basically, after 9/11. An obvious moment for this abstract universality doesn't hold, papering over a lot of cracks that are going to burst open. Now we see those cracks in geopolitical tensions, and the crucial thing is basically that the antithesis of Francis Fukuyama, that the neoliberal political order is the end of history. Now the neoliberal state is just going to be spread over the world, and that is the ideal organization of world history. What I mean by geopolitical tensions is that Russia, China, different nation states in Africa are not following that model of the neoliberal state. It's not obvious to everyone, and in the West also, it is not even clear it is working in the West. Democracy in America is the opposite of healthy. There is something breaking in that model, and where I find the political conversation in that context is the way I understand it, everyone agrees that neoliberalism is not working. The problem is that there's a whole bunch of temptations and symptoms towards a stance of illiberalism, becoming illiberal, going to traditional regressive notions, or a symptom of Yanis Varoufakis talks about as techno-feudalism. What we are entering into is a techno-feudal state. I would have to go into some detail about that notion, but to reorient, The stakes, I think, are how can we sublate liberalism? How can we take liberalism and the good things about it, especially notions of individualism, and sublate it to a notion that is really a global project on the commons? At least my exposure to Žižek's philosophy and general discourse around communism, I think the signifier of communism is not going to work. I don't think we should go forward with that signifier. It has too much baggage from the 20th century, and too many people have their own associations with it, that it, in some sense, well, even beyond that, the notion of communism is perhaps fundamentally flawed. Basically, what I'm going to try to propose, that the ideal category for thinking about the next metasystem from communism to commonism, this very, very tiny change from commune to common, is a difference that makes a big difference. Because both left and right, different political orientations, have regressive illiberal notions of communitarianism. Whatever people talking about politics in communitarian, tribalistic, collectivist, I think this is a dead end. I think we should stop organizing discourse in the communal, tribal, collectivist direction. These are illiberal stances. They are a symptom of not being able to work through a new language that sublates illiberalism as opposed to regressing towards an illiberal stance. Our species, has been in communistic, collectivist, tribalistic organizations from the beginning. That is what hunter-gatherers were. The achievement of history is liberalism. That achievement of history, liberalism is great. That is what we fought for. Liberalism and individualism are a result of an enormous historical achievement. And people in the West are so lucky to have it. That is what we observe. But at the same time, recognize that we need a higher order political organizational structure, that if we don't think about it, we lead into the tragedy of the commons. Basically, the metasystem of the industrial era is in conflict with the global whole. So we need a new way of thinking of the global whole, but I just think we maybe, in Marxist logic, we expect too much of the human subject. It expects too much of us, idealizes us too much. My main critique of the paper I wrote, titled Global Commons and the Global Brain, is basically critiquing Alain Badiou's notion of communism in the book The Idea of Communism, where he is romanticizing this all underneath the red flag. We all go to the species being and transcend our individualism for species being. We overcome our own egos and selfishness for the communal whole. And I'm just like, this is not going to work. He romanticizes the Paris Commune of 1871, says we need to rethink the Paris Commune of 1871. There's an emancipatory seed here where we need to go back and try this. And I'm more in the direction of, I don't think this is right. It could be totally off. But Jews' politics, well, it's outdated. Then I found out that Badiou and Žižek are not speaking because Badiou doesn't like Žižek's politics and his notion of communism. So I am more with Žižek here. Žižek's thinking, I'm not sure about Badiou. I ultimately go against Badiou there. But at the same time, it was worth engaging with. What I am trying to say here, and what I try to say in the paper, for me, when the left organizes around the ecological paradigm, the green left, this is actually looking for the wrong negativity. I think what we need to look for, following Žižek's idea of disaster communism, the idea of disaster communism shouldn't be a positive notion that we positively all come into a utopian community, we all have communism. only in response to a global negativity that we cannot ignore. My favorite example, there are global negativities. Coronavirus was a perfect example of something that affects the whole world and cannot but experiment with some sort of global coordination to deal with it. The only way we will get a higher organization is a negativity that the whole species is like, we have to coordinate. How do we do this? That is the seeds of thinking about what the commons would look like. For me, ecological crisis might be part of it. But to me, the mega negativity that stimulates it is technological automation. I'm on the side that it is going to be technological automation is the negativity, and also that technological automation is the negativity that requires a new way of thinking about production, organization of our production. Dave is a great example because Dave worked at an Amazon warehouse, and I used that example in the paper. The level of automation, the level at which the worker is just reduced to an accessory of the machine, and the level of production that is possible at Amazon is not something Marx was capable of theorizing. He didn't know about that level of automation. So the capacity for us to build a new meta system where the large majority of infrastructural demands that we need to live a life of modern abundance is going to become possible with way fewer reliance on actual human necessary labor. That characterizes the shift from industrial to informational mode of production, where we become mental workers, basically. Let's not even get into the realm of mental labor and AI, which is a whole other problem that is emerging. It is part of the picture, but it is not something I'm going to focus on in this presentation. I want to focus on we are getting here is the thing. There is the nation-state organization in neoliberalism is not able to regulate planetary capital. Planetary capital goes everywhere, and the nation-state is at a loss for how to regulate planetary capital. That is the fundamental tension. So I also engaged Thomas Piketty's work, Capitalism in the 21st Century, which I highly recommend if you haven't read Piketty's Capitalism in the 21st Century. Here is Piketty's solution. I just throw it on the table. I'm not trying to strawman it. We had the need for Keynesianism. State socialism in the 20th century on the level of nation state. We just need it on the level of global state for Piketty. Piketty's solution is basically capital is out of control on a global level. We need a global state to regulate it. I'm just saying here, I am saying why I'm going back to philosophy of right next month at Philosophy Portal. We're going to study that. I think I'm against this move I see in Piketty and Marx of this idea that there's a higher organization that handles the global flows of capital. I don't think there's going to be one. I don't think that is the right way of thinking. The commons needs to be situated in a different way, as a different way of thinking. The commons is not a state. The commons has to emerge precisely in the interrelation between states. That commons can only emerge in the interaction of states in response to a shared negativity. We cannot ignore it anymore. We have to find a way. So let me just state quickly Hegel's philosophy of right. Hegel is thinking we need to think the ethical system in this order: family, civic community, state, interrelations between states, with no higher organization above the interrelation between states. I think that is the right way to think. That structure also needs to break the coordinates of contemporary left and right. The left has abandoned the foundation of politics at the level of family. I think this is a problem. The left is lost there. Any reinvention of the left has to be a reinvention of the left that sees family as a part of emancipation and not antagonistic to emancipation. The problem with the left is it sees family as antagonistic to emancipation. Once we can get that family, civic community, state, interrelation between states, I think that is the level of order of thinking of commons. Then I pass it over to Dave. We need to think about those structures as the structures we need to guard and protect our time energy. This is quoting Christopher Lash's work on the family. The family is a haven from market capture. If you don't think through family, you are going to get market captured. You're going to be lost on the market. Family is a potential defense against that. To think through family, we need to think through sexual difference, reproduction. How do we want to raise children? All these things, the left has obfuscated these problems with the idea of a desexualized commune. The commune will take care of it. We won't have parents, just the commune. This is wrong thinking. It is not going to work. It hasn't worked. Communes don't work. And a lot of it is just Will having to grow up with sexuality. The ground of any future left that grows up in relation to sexuality, and yes, rethink gender, and do not reify heteronormativity, but that is not fundamentally antagonistic to the family and the fact that 90% of the proletariat are going to be heteronormative. That is not a problem. And yes, we are accepting all of orientations, but the exception is not going to be the new norm. The norm is going to stay the norm, and the exceptions are allowed, and it is okay to be an exception. I just think those are some of the directions, but if we don't get that structure right, we are not going to be able to defend our time energy. Just passing it over to Dave, I think time energy is the first principle. It is very intuitive. Everyone who comes across the concept gets it. It is, what are we fighting our freedom for? We're fighting our freedom from time without energy and energy without time. A lot of the situation, you have time, but you're burned out because of work. You have time because you have so many other things that have captured your attention and energy. And energy without time is you have all this energy in the world, but you have to work this 9 to 5, which is like an 8 to 7 or whatever. You don't own your own creativity and labor. So time energy as a first principle to me, this is what I would think. These are wishes, desires, that we go in the direction of a commons where automation is used to free up time energy for human beings, and that we have a different social contract. A different social contract on the level of civic community, states, and interrelations between states. That conversation hasn't happened yet, but we could use philosophy, underground philosophy, to get the political conversation in that direction, where it is about people's time energy in the context of a different technological metasystem which fundamentally changes our need in relation to labor. What does that social contract look like? How does that social contract get through state level processes? And ultimately, international movement to orient a left that knows what it is fighting for. A true emancipatory left, that would be nice. That is sort of where my thinking is going. I could talk a little bit about logic of contradiction, but I think I won't. I'll let you.
One last thing. The reason why Philosophy Portal has the foundation of Hegel and started teaching Hegel is because there's this, I think what destroyed the left was this discourse from Hegel to Marx, and not this retroactive question of what would Hegel say to Marx. So like, because Marx flipped Hegel upside down, and in some sense the left has been building off of a Marxist foundation, and I think that most Marxists have probably never read Hegel seriously. So they're operating on a false interpretation of Hegel, inspired by sort of a Marx who's negating Hegel. And I think the reason why at Philosophy Portal we're going back to the Hegel's original literature is because I'm looking for what does a discourse look like between people who are seriously studying Marx and people who have actually read Hegel in a deep way. And I think a new conversation is there. And in some sense, the relationship between Theory Underground and Philosophy Portal could be hashed out at that intersection, because Dave and Nance are both doing serious exegetical readings of Capital. And at Philosophy Portal, we've obviously done philosophy of phenomenology of spirit, science of logic, and then next month, philosophy of right, which is where we get political. So I think that's where it's all going.
I'm glad you brought it back to the philosophy of right course. When you first said you were going to do that, I was like, that's cool. That only became significant in light of our conversations over the last few days since doing the salon in Paris together. By the way, it sounds so Parisian to do a salon, right? No, it was the most Parisian thing ever, but the funny thing is that it's not anymore. That's the point. The anti-intellectualism in the United States, which is its number one export, is going out to the rest of the world. All the universities are neoliberalizing, which means that any university that you want to study at now, if you want to study philosophy, people are going to say, why do you want to study that? The children of aristocrats once upon a time supposedly got to study what they wanted, and nobody was like, what are you going to do with that? They didn't have to, because the definition of freedom for the last 2,500 years in the West has been, you don't have to answer that. You get to do philosophy. You get to do art. It's your right and freedom granted by Scole. Scole. It's the root of school, but has almost the opposite meaning. Scole. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm just an American idiot after all, but it means leisure time, basically. But it's a kind of leisure time that is active and can be harnessed towards higher human ends. Higher human ends. Slaves enjoy. Slaves play video games. Slaves can have sex. Slaves experience the comfort and satisfaction of food. You know, you're expected to reproduce, consume, and to enjoy doing so. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But this is the sort of common uniting basis for all of us. We sit down to eat and it brings us together, right? We sit down and have sex together, right? Brings us together, right? I'm kidding. But what I'm saying is that this animal part of us brings us together. The reason I emphasize that slaves can do it too is because we've been sold on this idea of freedom, but it's been stripped down of significance, right? It's lost touch with 2,500 years of Western history that said the free men of Athens were the ones who didn't have to worry about the reproduction of society, toiling, necessary labor, that keeps them preoccupied from the higher pursuits of men. Not all men, right? But free men. Not slaves or women, right? The reason they were not free, outside of the apologetics as a system, like, oh, they're inferior, etc., is because there was this bubble of privilege, like a force field around the agora, making it so that when they studied math, science, philosophy, and art, they were not asked, what are you going to do with that? Right? Only unfree people are expected to do something with that. This brings us back to the idea of instrumentalization. Instrumentalization is something of a buzzword in critical theory. So what is critical theory? Okay, that was a slip. I meant to say, what is instrumentalization? Yeah, what is critical theory is something we also have to get into. But what I meant is, what is instrumentalization? So this critique of instrumentalization goes hand in hand with the critique of rationalization. And the critique of rationalization follows from Marx and Weber. It's not a critique of being rational. It's a critique of the re-rationalization of society that has to transform it periodically in order to make profits go up again. Right? This re-rationalization is usually done by the PMC, the professional managerial class. These are the ones who go into spaces and assess and eliminate redundancies. There's these two things competing, just let's join them and then cut out the fat. This is a way to maintain profits during a general profitability crisis. Re-rationalization is the only thing that keeps everything chugging along, and it goes hand in hand with instrumentalization, right? There was some interruption at this point, and I didn't know. So I started listening to it for a second, and then I said, okay, no, we'll come back to it. Just take notes. And then I referenced that there had been a lot of interruptions that kept knocking us off in Paris, and so I just wanted to stay on track. I said that I'm holding a lot of threads. I don't want to lose them. So what are the threads that I'm holding on to right now? Instrumentalization, rationalization, necessary labor. And the question, what are you going to do with that? This relates to instrumentalization, right? What is that going to serve? It's always going to rear its ugly head, this question, when capital is at the center of society, not God, not the good. It's nothing but the profit motive. So people get disillusioned and want to go back to God. Maybe that's a dead end. But perhaps it is also a starting point. Who knows? Cadell thinks the resurgence of religion is going to define the next decade. I think Samuel Loncar of the Becoming Human Project might be correct when he said that the reason Slavoj Žižek just titled a book Christian Atheism is because Žižek can see where things are going. Žižek knows the zeitgeist, and Cadell gets it as a student of Žižek. Cadell gets it as a student of Žižek. See, I start reading this and I get way ahead of the actual audio track. So my respect for Žižek went from being like, oh, he's cool 10 years ago, to 5 years ago thinking, okay, I need to read this guy. I now feel very blessed to be surrounded by such profound teachers of his work like Cadell Last and Michael Downs. Žižek shows post-Marxists like us at Theory Underground how to go back to Hegel, his significance for thinking our moment. Now, the spirit of the times is instrumentalization and rationalization, turning us all into tools and cutting out redundancies. To say that is one thing, but where I like to start is to say that our age is the age of exhaustion. Where I like to start is to say that our age is an age of exhaustion. I'm starting from the existential standpoint. If you want to get all structural about it, we can talk about the causes of that exhaustion, which we will get to. But where I want to start from is where I interface with other human beings, regardless of class. And in a sort of sense, nobody properly belongs to any class now. We are all mixtures of classes now. Which, why at Theory Underground we all say that we are in the post-class fractured mass. This is why we have to read Baudrillard. We cannot tune out from him. That's where we're at. We can't keep acting like it's the 1% versus the 99%, or the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. These are the concepts from a specific situation, one that Charles Dickens was describing. We're hearing people talk about different ways of describing the situation now. Right? Everyone's a part of the cognitariat, right? Different words to describe this situation. To talk about the gigification of the economy, the gigification of labor, the gamification of your thinking itself. Yeah, now you're always on call for your boss. Always on call. People get all superficial about it now. Oh, we're always on our phones. But why? Because we're on call for our boss. Your wife, husbands, kids, manager, and other managers, bosses, people, and they're all reaching out to you. Everyone's your boss now. I've got 100 bosses. Because I'm doing this DIY platform thing, trying to get away from the administration of the university. And I find myself as a feudal lord administrator. But the feudal lord is not supposed to be an administrator. He's supposed to be the CEO, the decision maker, signing papers, and if he's good, asking his advisors some pointed questions before making his decisions. So, of course, this is ironic. I'm not really a feudal lord. I don't get my freedom from necessity, and no one does. So in a certain sense, everyone finds time energy relatable as a concept. Yes, I have time, but I'm exhausted. I don't have energy, and therefore I don't have time energy. And of course, the opposite. Todd McGowan asked me about this concept, probably the first time we had a real conversation. I was in Mexico. I just got this tattoo of time energy. I was in the bathroom of this tattoo parlor. There was nowhere else to go in there. So he asked me about my tattoo, and I told him about time energy. He got it quick. I told him about how time without energy is worthless. It's garbage time. It's for Netflix, doom scrolling, drinking with buddies at the pub, whatever. It doesn't require serious, active leisure that someone like Theodore Adorno talks about in his Free Time essay, where he's talking about the special thing he experiences where he doesn't have hobbies. He has passions. He doesn't listen to music as a hobby. He studies and enjoys it, right? Active leisure. If he doesn't have the capacity for active focus, then guess what? He takes a nap. Come on, that's freedom. Todd asked, what's the opposite of time without energy? Would it be energy without time? I said, exactly. Right on the level. You'll see he actually has a wonderful blurb on the back of the book. It's not just, he wrote up to be nice or whatever. It came from his thinking about this concept. So what is the opposite of time without energy? Energy without time? Because people have flattened the concept of time, it doesn't make any sense. People have not been taught existential time. So they just think of this sort of infinite forwards, backwards spread of time, either in presentism or eternalism, thinking in either A theory or B theory of time. But all this analytic shit, this trying to work with modern physics and what have you, misses existential time. The only kind of time that matters to us in our daily lives. This life. As Martin Hagelin shows in his book, This Life, Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom, the time of this life is finite. What are the consequences of this? It means that the way we normally think of time is wrong. We normally think, I want to do X, Y, and Z things. Like every year, your own individual goals, we have this idea that every year is created equal. Like there's an average year. This is based on calendric time, clock time, the capitalist time, right? They're very specific kinds of time. Historically, for thousands of years, across cultures, time was never fixed. Obviously it was in reference to the regular cycles of nature and all that, but it was not fixed in this rigid, every second is the same size, every minute is the same size, which is why we have like this vague sense that we live in the amorphous moment between minutes. The amorphousness of the moment should be our point of departure, right? For getting to existential time. It's a bridge. This whole event could be a moment. Moments can last different amounts of time. They can be longer or shorter. You can put the bread in the toaster. What's the fastest way to speed up the process? Distract yourself. Do something else. Hopefully don't forget it and come back to burnt toast, hard toast. That's my struggle. But this idea also should mean that if you want to slow down time rather than be like, I don't have time, then just watch the toaster. What is this? It's relative. People think, well, if it's relative, then it's not really real. We have this weird appeal to physics as a fundamental reality. Physics, it's the most important thing about human time, right? Well, but physics is the science of manipulating nature. And it's also good for manipulating human beings. This is the basis of calendric time, capitalist schooling. Schooling that is not scole, the opposite of active leisure. Scole, active leisure, this is the birthplace of every science, art, and field. It's been foreclosed, and we only study these subjects like we're at a museum or a zoo. But instead of a field trip where we get to at least look at the animals, you're not even able to appreciate them. You're being rushed from place to place and tested on whether you were there on time and whether you can prove that you were focusing on thinking about the subject matter when you were away from school. Grades are a reflection of whether you can discipline yourself to think about the thing while away from the classroom. That you've been thinking about how you would prepare for this period, hour, whatever. Yeah. The person who's really good at getting grades is getting good at being integrated into a specific kind of time, right? Calendric and clock time. But this is not human time. This life is defined by finitude, death. This life is also defined by birth, transformation, and growth. And obviously, I think this is obvious, capitalism doesn't like birth or death. It hides both, right? Which is why Bataille is into the crazy shit he is. The limit experiments, the burning excess. We're running towards our death. Heidegger, right? Anticipatory resoluteness. The real point is not anticipation, but running. Not towards death in a literal sense of demise, but running into risk, discomfort, challenge, and doing it as sacrifice. Not just for yourself, but after you've stripped away the they self, finding what's a real way of fulfilling a role for your people, whoever that might be. In Heidegger's case, we know who that turned out to be. But death, I want to make the quick connection to the London event that some of you might be attending. The reason we got to thinking about this in the first place was that Carl, Cadell says in the background, Carl Hayden Smith. And I said, yes, Carl Hayden Smith. I was watching him dialogue with Ebert and Cadell in a conversation I was supposed to be present for, but which I couldn't make it to. I was watching it after the fact, and they were talking about death and dying. Not in the existential sense of the possibility of no more possibilities. No, this is like, parents, grandparents reaching the twilight of their time here. The point and reason that I'm bringing this up is that Carl Hayden Smith said that after 70 years old, every year counts for 5 years. And I was like, instantly, man, I have to go visit my parents. But I also started thinking about how it's similar with puberty. If your parents are still treating you like you're 7 years old when you're 14, there can be no relationship there. Because with a 7-year-old, you can just keep acting the same. Right? It's kind of just all the same. But there's so much growth in such a short period of time with puberty, so there needs to be more time and energy for the relationship. And the reason I like time energy theory for the post-class way forward is because even if you have relative time energy, because you're privileged or what have you, the chances are, the overwhelming odds are, you didn't get to have a real relationship with your parents. Instead, it was with one of them. And even then, it wasn't in an extended family. And even if it was, it wasn't authentic, because time energy is not just the words time and energy. It's an existential structure of our being in the world. This is why it comes from between Heidegger and Marx, reading them against one another. Heidegger thinks about existential time, the time that is only valuable in light of death, only valuable in light of finitude. And this is also variable time, not fixed time, right? Like I said, all societies, all cultures, they always had variable time, meaning the lunch hour, for instance, is longer than the hour before lunch. Variable hours, right? We've had the technology prior to the Industrial Revolution. Technology existed for counting fixed time, but there was no reason to. It's the most inhumane thing, and it doesn't make sense for our natural cycles, right? It's something women are a lot more aware of. Capitalism is forcing them to work within a social order that prioritizes male-oriented linear clock and calendar forms of time, right? As opposed to cyclical time. We're saying, oh yeah, let's expand the realm of freedom. Come on in, women. Work is freedom. Your freedom is a career. Now adjust to the clock and calendar of capital. So we're all valorizing ourselves for capital now. This is what Heidegger misses. That part right there, capital. And I understand leaving out capital because he's in Germany. He just lost the First World War. He sees what's going on in Soviet Russia. And he's not convinced that's international. And he's also not convinced that capitalism run by workers is any better run by capitalists. It might feel better. Oh yeah, we're represented by Trotsky and Lenin. Yay. But he's like, who gives a shit? You're still working, man. Probably more hours than before. So from Heidegger's standpoint, he's like, yeah, you're saying this is a world revolution. Workers of the world unite and get behind Lenin. But also, he's like, come on. We were just at war with you guys. I don't think so. I think Russia is going to invade us, rape and pillage us, and subjugate us. We cannot lose another war. So Heidegger is not interested in Marx. Or he's definitely not interested in capital or class, right? The thing is, as a post-class Marxist, I am kind of over class, but only in a sense. The professional managerial class still matters in a sort of sense because it creates a certain kind of mode that's very patronizing, very telling other people how they need to be, and I'll lead and you'll follow. If you're not subscribing to the right influencers, you'll be canceled, blah, blah, blah. But in that sense, it matters because it is a part of the reproduction of capital. The PMC proves absolutely essential to undermine, counteract, and preempt any potential for future working class organizing. The problem is that it won. No working class movement can make it without the PMC. But the problem is that it has to be a self-conscious PMC. A PMC that understands its historical role and its destiny in the struggle ahead. And that struggle ahead is one Heidegger was not able to see. It's capital. He looked at technology and saw power. Saw these things, but what he's brilliant for is for understanding givens. All these conditions of possibility for being here in any kind of real sense. There's a network of givens or structures of givens that make it so that we can be human. And these include things like care, concern, anxiety about death, existential time, being with, you know. Even if you're alone, you are with the others nonetheless, right? The hermit is, in a sense, more radically with society because, you know, he's trying so hard to get away, but that to get awayness is a determinate negation in a Hegelian sense. Insofar as you're living in reference to society, even though you're alone in this, it's in the same way, right? The punk is the most civically minded normie, right? We cannot better legitimate the existing order of the status quo than by transgressing. Of course, I think there's probably, we'd say, a genuine kind of transgression. And then there's what Žižek calls inherent transgression. The transgression inherent in the system that makes a system what it is. And the punk is a big part of that, right? The hippie is a big part of that. We're all currently, arguably, still a part of that. The point is, or the question, if we can't get out of it, then let's stop acting like we're so radical, right? By acting on that role that we are not radical or revolutionary, saying we're not, in any case, not even a leftist, it allows us to then reassess the situation. Okay, so the Soviet Union lost. Other attempts to do the thing they they were trying to do, lost as well. Not only were they betrayed within and without, but arguably there was also a flaw in the theory in the first place, right? The diagnosis of the situation was wrong, or worse, the solution was wrong as well. But even if it was right at the moment, we're in a new historical period now. The question is, how many of those things carry forward? So what I was just saying was that with class, I think it's more misleading than clarifying. But capital, this is inarguable. That is the modus operandi. Now, for the PMC, they're not primarily motivated by capital. The PMC is mainly motivated by wanting to create class conciliation between workers and the owners. And in exchange, they get to control things. So at the time Marx was writing, there was a complete unification between owners and controllers. After the successes and failures of the worker movement that gave us all kinds of good things and bad things, the PMC gets proposed as a solution to get out ahead of working class organizing. This is why in the Timenergy book, I do bring in the PMC. Someone in the audience asked, what is that? And I said, oh, sorry, yes, the professional managerial class. But also because I'm so used to having Marxist interlocutors arguing it's not a class, like writing 20-page essays about how it's not a class, etc. I like to get out ahead of it by saying, I don't give a shit if it's a class. That's what everyone else knows it as, so then go with it. But if we want to get super technical, it's the professionals and managers of capital. Change the last word, but it remains the letter C, so that I can still call it PMC while getting out of that class conversation. The point is, the PMC controls and gatekeeps society, whereas the owners of capital are here. Owners, PMC workers, and PMC are workers. They are workers, but they're a different kind because they have access to privilege and prestige that normal workers don't. And the main privilege of this prestige is recognition as self, right? Marxists don't really think that recognition is the driver of society. But against Hegel, they're saying it's capital. And then somebody in the audience says it's complicated, and I say, everything is, of course. So I think it was Dimitri saying something about how Lukács is good on this and blah, blah, blah. And I said, of course, it's more complicated. You should take notes. There's a piece of paper with a pen right there. And then I said, can you grab me my water bottle? So I take a drink. And then I go, so to say that Marxists have a problem with thinking about priority of recognition is to say that the main people who are Marxists today have a problem with this. There's always these big-brained exceptions, like, for instance, Rosa Luxemburg is not just a social democrat, and she's also not a Bolshevik. She's some kind of weird exception. But there is no Luxemburgian movement that led communism, so the only people who use her are curating their little leftist identities. Maybe she had some great ideas. In the same way, I'm saying Marxists tend to think of capital, not recognition. All I'm saying is that the PMC recognition thing, with the PMC, recognition becomes essential. And what the PMC does is it says, I deserve this role, and so you should listen. I've earned it. I did really good at school, which is to say, I did really good at showing up to the right place on time, at proving I was paying attention to this subject matter when I was at home. Right? That's what you've proven with a bunch of A's. And I should know, I got a bunch of A's through college, every level I got A's, and honors. But I had to work my ass off for that. It's because I'm naturally dumb. So things take a lot of work. I just had drive. The whole point is, if I can do it, then anyone can. But it's also true. It was a huge uphill battle, this university thing. And of course, it does give you a sense of accomplishment, and I do deserve. I do deserve a higher salary. I do deserve to talk. And sometimes people should maybe listen and take notes. I think that if a person has put in 10 years on a subject matter, maybe there should be spaces for them to be able to show you where they're at, and then some serious thinking about it, followed by a response later. So, of course, we have this sense of deservingness because we worked our asses off for that, being the PMC or what have you. But it goes too far. It goes way too far. And, of course, that is the major cause and drive of anti-intellectualism. Populist anti-intellectualism, which I take the side of. I'll take the side of populism any day. I would rather hang out at a party with populist anti-intellectuals who are still intellectuals than people who sit around saying like, oh yeah, we understand how everything works and the people who disagree with or resent us are so evil or stupid, right? Normally the leftist PMC just tries to read into the psychology and project/interpret its enemies all out to be crypto reactionaries. It gets them out from having to engage in genuine contradiction, right? Or outside of their tradition, which would be necessary if it were dialectical, right? But what does it mean, going back now to Heidegger? What does it mean that he left out capital? The main thing for me is that capital is the product of surplus value. And the surplus value is the fact that we work more than we need to create extra value, which is privatized. Supposedly in socialism, that extra value of all of us collaborating together would go towards the society as a whole. That extra effort we all put into the system together, that value, instead of just going to Aristotle and a few of his friends in the Agora, no, that bubble of privilege would be expanded. But if that instead means that we're all working now, that means nobody can read, teach, study, or think. And that is why Timenergy throws a wrench in the traditional left versus right. That's why I think that Timenergy throws a real wrench in old diagnoses of the situation. Marx was halfway keen on this concept and the way that Heidegger was halfway keen on this concept, but it's not just a simple synthesis between the two. Neither of them thought about libidinal economy. Neither of them understand drive. And none of them thought infinity in Levinas' sense, who we need in order to think. Outside of the instrumentalization, production, and rationalization that the human gets reduced to, which is why I'm teaching Levinas in August. When Nance read the introduction, he mentioned that our deep dive courses are in Marx, Heidegger, Marx.
Yeah, nothing like that.
What's missing from this is that Mikey is the one who's teaching Žižek at Theory Underground. I'm teaching Marx, Heidegger, Levinas. But those are my main three guys. Žižek and Dugan and Sloterdijk and Byung-Chul Han are kind of key thinkers of the situation today. They have to be understood. But their predecessors have to be understood more. And they cannot be understood without asking how they are interpreting their predecessors. Maybe it's charitable, maybe it's opportunistic. I think Byung-Chul Han is very opportunistic and heavy-handed in how he tells us what Arendt or Baudrillard thinks. It's almost always a straw man, so that he can say exactly what they're saying while acting like he's disagreeing or correcting them. It's superficial criticism. I really liked him until I started to see that pattern. I was thinking, Mikey, we should have a whole anthology just about Byung-Chul Han's insanely uncharitable misreadings of all of our favorite thinkers. But I mean, he's cool, suave, writes sexy books. I like how Žižek sets me up in the foreword as a counter to Byung-Chul Han. But putting that aside for now, all I'm saying is that Marx versus Heidegger, but we have to go beyond them. I do think that this is a situation in a very real sense. Now, I underestimated Hegel. I got into Marx and Heidegger before I started paying attention to Hegel. And I think that's good for me, because people who read Marx or Heidegger through Hegel, this kind of, they bring those guys into Hegelianism. For me, it's sort of the opposite. Who knows what will come of that over the next few years? And I look forward to seeing what transpires as I learn from Cadell and Mikey. But the last thing I want to say before Cadell finishes off talking about the philosophy of right course and the question of the state, because thinking about the capital versus thinking about the state, what is the role of Ivan Illich? I said Levinas is how I go beyond Heidegger, but it's also Hegel. It's also got to be Illich. He's a big deal, but he gets underestimated because he wrote very small and practically accessible books. The big-brained interpreters of theory don't take him too seriously, or if they do, it's as the author of Deschooling Society. What they miss is that he's the thinker of human tools. When we say human tools, do you think of a hammer? What's useful for building a house for yourself or others? No. Sure, but no, when we say human tools in this sense, we're talking about like the tools necessary for cultivating the humans, or the human. It's a project, not an essence, not something that's been figured out. It's an experiment. The human as opposed to post, trans, or anti-humans, but as human as I am understanding the term is as virtually purposive, meaning it's not set in stone. Every culture is an experiment in showing other Homo sapiens this is what human could be. And a lot of times, this can get problematized because a certain tendency is to then come along and say, not only did we figure out what the human is, but y'all ain't it. Y'all ain't it. I think the more cosmopolitan approach would be to say, we're all experiments. We can learn from one another. We don't all have to be the same, right? Well, Illich is the thinker of what institutions can be, and institutions are real human tools. Okay, I think we could say through him, we never figured out what institutions are or really could be. As a thinker of what they can be, Illich is essential for time energy theory, because as automation takes over, as AI takes over, if we do not struggle to insert ourselves into the future, then we won't be in it. We have to force ourselves into the future. We have to do that by working together today, and from now on, thinking about how do we have our time energy in the future? Because right now, the AI will do the art for us. It will teach for you. It will do more and more, while you're ultimately going to end up cleaning the bathrooms, right? And I'm over here like, why can't the AI clean bathrooms and leave art for us to do? It's because the tech bros are surrounded by people telling them they're smart. Obviously, they don't have Cadell on their advisory committee. I noticed that. I'm looking at Peter Thiel and I'm like, I don't see Cadell. I don't see Mikey. Why don't you have them? Fuck you, man. And everyone else is like, oh, look at this douchebag and his dumb hot take. And I'm like, nah, man. Rulers have always had dumb takes. But they're still badasses. Musk is a badass. He shoots 100 rockets into space every year. That's fucking badass. The only dumb thing about him is that I don't see Mikey or a Cadell on his left or right side at his council table. If I did, I'd be like, oh, well, he's got a lot more going on than I thought. Cadell said, he's got Grimes. I said, what? Oh, yeah, he's got Grimes. But didn't they break up? And then Cadell was saying that they're still in contact. And I said, oh, she's still in his DMs. Okay. Got it. Well, that's the problem, though. For tech bros, all they need is someone who looks and acts artistic in the room, and then they will appear and feel like they are indeed the intellectuals, right? But they don't have what they don't know, which is what they would have if they prioritized time energy towards higher ends, over profit and signing papers. So the idea with Illich, and of course with this course introduction to Illich in June, is that my longest time fellow traveler, Brian Weeks, who co-taught the Asper's Tour course with me and my wife, the the idea of the university course, right? Our approach is to bring these thinkers like Jaspers and Levinas and Illich, and like these guys get neglected by the entire internet scene today in theory, but there can be no counter to the CCRU and Nick Land without bringing in these thinkers. That's my position. It's my hunch. At least, it's my operating assumption. Not like a dogma. Like, you don't have to agree with it, but this is my operating assumption. So with all that said, and I'm almost done, let's just step back to make sure I haven't left out any real threads. Scole as commons. Okay, that's the main one. Necessary labor is also part of the commons. It interferes with Scole and potential time energy. When Cadell Cadell kind of explained it, but look, I didn't define it, and I should have defined it at the beginning of this talk. Time energy is large energy-infused repeatable blocks of reliable time. The whole point of what I was going into with McGowan is that we flatten timed, meaning that people think, like, what would energy without time mean? We always have time in the moment. But that moment is not large and reliably repeatable enough, right? There are things you can do with energy in a fragmented short moment, but like what Byung-Chul Han called point time, which is how he recycles Heidegger's now time, right? Like now this, now that, now this, now that. It's in the society of immediacy, keeping up with the nowses, keeping up with the Joneses. If you're not keeping up with those, you're not a man of the moment. So this constant chain of what you're supposed to keep up with, what's trending, that's what we tend to do with our energy without time. What kind of time is that actually? It's not repeatable. Repeatable time that is reliable, what you have to have if you feel inspired to take up the violin, and if you're followed through with it, right? The reason most people who learn guitars are guys who are going through puberty, like they were kind of awkward, didn't know how to talk to girls yet, so they were like, okay, well, I'll just sit here and grind on this thing. And so it's like grinding on the guitar in that situation got them to where they were able to overcome a certain level of or hurdle of like the learning curve, guitar learning curve, right? But learning curves is a very important concept in time energy theory. Every activity has learning curves, but there are bicycle skills and language skills. Bicycle skills, you learn it and you don't forget it. That's why in America we have this saying like, it's like riding a bicycle. Bicycle skills are like riding a bicycle. But language skills, if you don't use it, you'll lose it, right? If you don't use it, you'll lose it. So you have to keep up on it. So, of course, if you learn German in a year or 6 months, fucking amazing. But if you take 5 years off, it's going to be a real uphill battle to get back to that point. It has to be a way of life. Language skills are a way of life, and traditionally the aristocracy hoarded language skills to make it seem like they were made of different stuff, to make it seem like they were blessed by God or good breeding. But in reality, they had Scole. They had tutelage. Tutelage is the last part of this. I want to quilt it all by. Time energy without tutelage and talent is nothing. At this point, somebody in the audience says, what is tutelage? And I say, tutelage is a mentor, a maestro, a maestra, or like a master. I mean, but to call it a master, it's like, people will be like, oh my God, you want to have a master? Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I want someone who has mastered the science of logic teaching it, not someone who is reading it for the first time. And so this idea, I have no problem with the word mastery. We'll make it so that people call me fascist or whatever, but I don't care. Look, mentorship is a good enough word for what I'm talking about. It's a bit more normie friendly. Do you want someone who just learned to kickflip yesterday teaching you how to skateboard, or do you want Nance to teach you? I promise you want Nance to teach you. He's taught a lot of kids, and he's taught me too. But of course, he's not responsible for how bad I am. I didn't work on it enough. Even, this thing, a skateboard is like a bicycle skill, right? But I didn't even give it enough time to overcome the most basic learning curves. Okay, back to it though. Scole. So Scole is the commons. Okay, where am I going with this? Trying to close out, I was saying tutelage is how I'm going to quilt it. So Scole is the commons, but so is necessary labor. Timenergy is necessary for Scole and necessary labor. But Timenergy is necessary for both. Timenergy is a shared resource. Right? If you have relative time energy, but society doesn't have absolute time energy, that means your amazing time grinding on the violin because you have repeatable energy infused reliable blocks of time to sacrifice towards the skill. It means that those skills are kind of worthless because the audience, your friends, your family, the community, etc., won't be able to understand what you're doing. They won't be able to appreciate your skill, right? Because everyone else is time energy fragile and lacks the tutelage, the mentorship, to learn enough about the art to be able to respect your achievements, right? This, of course, drags at an antagonism between the arts and those who are not into the arts, those who sit on the couch and watch others play sports. The divide we are experiencing societally is material. Of course, people, they have this sense that there is the artistic brain, the whole idea of the left brain and the right-sided brain. But that idea is a reification. It's an actual mirror of a society produced by a schooling system that divides children up into a schooling calendar that is broken up hour to hour, and then all pathways to recognition revolve around how you respond to this demand. Hey, kid, you should be doing math right now. Now, nope, stop. Now do science. Nope, now stop. Do English. Nope, now stop. Now go home and don't think about these. Don't think about these things. Think about this thing specifically so you can prepare for this exam or for this, right? Like the whole idea. When you homework means you should be thinking about this when you're off. And if you got good grades, then that means that you did this thing to satisfaction. And if you didn't do it, then you got shamed and you were humiliated and you were told you don't deserve a good job, right? You're told if you did do a good job at it, then you're told that you deserve 6 figures. But if you didn't, then you not only do you not deserve 6-figure salaries, but also you don't deserve to have sex, right? This is the situation that we're in. This is what most people are getting at when they use the buzzword meritocracy. Great word, but it's used in a dumb way. People who don't like meritocracy often throw the baby out with the bathwater. They throw merit out with the bathwater. The point is to universalize privilege and merit so that people have a real shot to discover their actual talents, to cultivate their higher human capacities, so that we can live passionate and project-oriented kinds of self-actualizing lives. Thank you.
Yeah.
After that, I say that I think, well, we talk logistics for a little bit, and then we go to intermission so that people can take a quick break before we get into the next segment.
The program will resume shortly, right after this DIY commercial that is not for any sponsor other than ourselves. Thank you for watching.
Whether we are already fully in the grip of the techno-capital AI singularity or not, we likely feel as though there's not much we can do.
As allies of future generations, we aren't giving up so easily.
To quote the author of Manifesto, the Mad Farmer Liberation Front, we wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what our life and our children's lives may be.
This fear is not new. The question of technology, media, and institutions became unavoidable in the 20th century. Yet when we think of institutions, the most radical critiques people have encountered came from either Michel Foucault or Jürgen Habermas. These thinkers towered over the theory scene in the 1970s and 80s as radicals took their long march through the institutions.
When it comes to theories of social change, the tendency is to put our hopes in leaving the existing institutions, the current order failing, or some overnight revolution to bring us salvation. Otherwise, we lean in and do the best we can with what's afforded by the existing institutions. Reform or revolution, nothing ever changes, so we keep putting our hopes in education.
So progressives say, If only more people had access to better education, then that would solve the problems. But they have not thought seriously enough about the nature of our institutions, or this thing called education that they offer.
The most radical critiques of schooling that teachers encounter issue from Paulo Freire, Bell Hooks, and Henry Giraud, but none of these ever got to the root of institutions themselves. The theorist who did this was Ivan Illich.
Gaining brief stardom in the 70s, Ivan Illich was the father of the deschooling movement, inspiring hundreds of radical schools and generations of homeschooling parents. But this characterization of his work as the anti-school guy was his ultimate demise, for that only takes account of a surface level of his work. Illich was immediately misunderstood and quickly abandoned.
The issue goes far beyond schools. We spend our entire lives mediated through institutions that totalize, instrumentalize, and reduce humans, all of our possibilities, to something predictable, calculable, and exchangeable, easy to control. The interests of state and capital here overlap entirely. Our desires are thus turned into commodities and our time energy into labor power. Illich doesn't stop here, though, for institutions are not the whole picture.
When people think of schooling today, they think of studying for exams, not learning for the sake of learning. When people think of hospitals, they think of treating illnesses, not human-to-human care and well-being. When people think of transportation, they think of speed and efficiency, not the possibility of sustained, regular, and meaningful connections. When people think of reading, they think of collecting information, not lingering with an idea. The move from schooling to Scole requires serious inquiry into the conditions of possibility for this mode.
I'm calling for a sincere and earnest revival of Illich. While most introductions to Illich limit their engagement to his earlier works, a series of polemics against schooling and institutionalized consumer society, I want to go deeper and lead us to a more robust understanding of who and what a human is for Illich. With his help, we will reopen the question of what we are, what we can be, and the types of lives we are willing to give our time and energy to bring into being, if there are to be humans in the future.
This course begins on June 13th and goes through July 4th, 2024. It meets on Thursdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. You can enroll at theoryunderground.com/courses/Illich-1, or just click on the link in the description. For those who just want to spend a month really thinking about schooling and institutions, this is a fantastic way to do so. But for those who are looking to go deeper with a community of truth seekers who are going beyond the current theory scene to form an intellectual milieu, this is a fantastic way to do so, because the Theory Underground 2024 conference at the end of October 23rd through 27th is going to have special panels for presentations related to this course. Any student of this course will have opportunities to present, and those presentations can ultimately culminate in submissions that may be accepted into the anthology we are doing on the critique of schooling and education, to be published either at the end of this year or at the beginning of 2025.
Thank you.
We hope to see you there.
What was salient to you in what you just heard? Maybe that's a good place to start, is just like a general survey of salience.
What resonated with you?
Yeah, what's
salient?
what's catching your attention?
Yeah, okay.
Like whether it's tensions, whether it's problems, whether it's solutions, whatever.
Yeah, so I have a long background in banking, 20 years banking. Climbed the whole ladder all the way up to the top of the bank. So I was a PMC full time. And now I read in your book, I'm a renegade PMC. So thank you for introducing that concept for me, so I can become something now. again. Renegade PMC. So I know the capitalistic system from within very well. Anybody has questions about that, I can relate to it. But then end of 2020, I decided to jump out of it for multiple reasons. One of them was the death of my dad. Yeah, so one of them was the death of my dad. So for whatever reason, I needed that job, maybe for recognition. I could relate to that term of why does the PMC do it? Yeah, indeed, for money, of course, but there is the recognition. I fit in that, yeah. Unconsciously, I needed that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I did it to be consciously. But then I quit, and then I took a long break, and I went to the School of Thinking and did all that kind of stuff. And now I have a company called Multiversity, and one of the things that we do is when there's a lot of contradiction in a company and stress and struggle, we go in and try to calm things down. So that's what I'm doing now, and that's how I entered into a commons now. And I've been there since January, and that's really philosophically interesting. I'm there as the director of the company, and then okay, we have calmed the situation down, but now for me it's interesting to compare the economic thinking within the capitalistic system, where you have profit maximalization. That's easy to work with. It's so easy. Profit maximalization, it's the most easy thing to manage. But now in a commons, you have goal maximalization. You have to decide what's the reason that these people try to unite, and to which problem do you want to solve. And and that's the paradox that I'm now wrestling with after listening to your story, is the amount of time energy you need to put into a commons is higher. Because you have to wrestle with the tensions. It's not like I pay you and you do what I say, like in the capitalistic system, but you have to find what's your desire? Why do you want to be here? Why do you want to work here? Because everybody is paid the same salary within the company.
Can you expand? Because I think this is a super important point. We've had the privilege of talking about it, but that in capitalism, you're trained. You don't have to learn how to talk about your desire because money just solves it. Like, whereas in the commons, we have to learn to talk about our desires. That can be.
Yeah, because you have first of all, you have to define your goal. And now what I first noticed is within the corporation, there were multiple goals. Like it's a housing corporation, so they try to solve the housing problem. And some people want to make housing affordable, and others want to make it duurzaam. How do you say that? Sustainable or ecological. And so just by putting those two goals within one corporation, you can create paradoxes like affordable, ecological. You have to have. Sometimes it's difficult. So you have to talk through.
Profit flattens.
Yeah, profit
flattens and simplifies.
Yeah, simplifies a lot. So that's the paradox that I'm now struggling with. Is like, okay, the amount of time energy that you have to put in to put in place co-housing projects. What are we gonna do? And somebody told me yesterday, she lives in a co-housing project, and she thought it would be a lot of struggle to define who would live where in which unit, but that worked perfectly fine. But then all of a sudden, they had to decide if in the common room, which kind of toilet there would be. If they would have a men's toilet, the urinoir, how do you call it? Urinal. And that was they discussed for months about that. Should we make it gender neutral or not? And that stuff. And so the amount of energy that you have to put into the thing is huge. Question that I'm struggling with is now, maybe we should move through it.
The social tensions in communism are going to be higher than capitalism, but they're going to be different.
Yeah, and maybe we also talked about the access to the sacred, or making something more beautiful or whatever, is through sacrifice, and then maybe we have to go through it. Maybe if more things become common, that there all of a sudden time energy will open up after the struggle. But
Yeah.
the struggle is there. It's
Yeah.
it's very complicated. So I'm
Maybe a little bit about the negativity and the positivity and how it functions, like, because people will go to the commons with positive visions about what they think it should be, but really what they have to confront is the negativity. It's like they put the cart before the horse. Like whenever
Yep.
people have a communism type vision, they always have an intuitive image of what it should be, but they're blocking negativity with that.
Yep, that's absolutely.
That's why they have the Joris thing.
Yeah,
to deal with the deflation of their images.
Yeah, maybe that could become part of my raison d'être there. Yeah, my reason for existence.
Yeah.
But also the different levels. You have the co-housing projects. So there you have a community of 30 people that have to agree. But the co-housing, there are 15 co-housing projects within the commons. So you have the level on top of it. Do you think communal only on the level of your co-housing project, or
what scale?
What scales?
What scale?
So you have different scales, and that also makes introduces paradoxes.
Yeah.
And in a capitalistic system, you don't have that.
So my proposition would be, so my question to you would be, do you think it's possible that in a commons, hierarchies would be defined by who can withstand higher scales of social negativity? Like people who can withstand higher scales of social negativity would be higher in the hierarchy, naturally.
Probably. Yeah. This Wilfried Bian's concept of negative capability, the amount of not knowing.
Yeah, the amount of
Yeah.
But it's not like a mystical general not knowing. It's a not knowing specific to the form of the lack of the organization.
Yeah, you don't know who wants what, so you have to hold all that tension. So you need a lot of psychoanalysis background and yeah. And
psychoanalysis is going to become indispensable.
I have the impression, yeah. And contradiction, the positive aspect of contradiction to embrace it. I hate the word, but but the thing is, so the commons and time energy is okay. Will it one day? Now it will consume a lot of time energy. But will it one day open up the possibility for more time energy? I don't know. So that's where that was my reflection after your.
Let's get Dave in, and then we'll pass it to Dimitri.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, one of the things that I didn't get to, there's many, but I'll bring most of them in later in our sort of quilting point. But I wanted to say on the note of the commons and the idea that Joris is doing work in a commons, this distinction between a commons and the commons, right? The commons is like this more absolute, universal kind of thing that would be like a given, and it's not given. He's fighting with other people to make it a commons. And there will be many people experimenting and fighting to make a commons because we don't have one or any. And so then the question of like the commons, like this is to me where that little part of me that is still infidelity to something that Marx was thinking about, like large scale structural change that would be able to afford localities everywhere to do stuff that isn't constant meetings. Right? Because that's the anarchist or anarcho-socialist or democratic socialist kind of approach, is like endless meetings. Now, that might be a necessary step towards getting different versions of a commons to some point where we can go, with automation, combined with the human technologies you're developing and ideas that we're working through here, maybe we can figure out the commons. But like for now, it's like a commons. And so the contradiction you're feeling where it's like, no, you will not have time energy for the rest of your life as long as you are giving yourself over to fighting to make givens that will give us the commons. So it's like you sacrifice the potential of your relative time energy. You're not going to have that. Can't. And so, it's at...
Statues of People like Joris. There'll be statues of people like Joris.
I'm ready. I'm ready to make the statue. Yeah.
Mama Joe statue.
That's all for now, but yeah.
All right, guys, pass it to Dimitri. And it might also be interesting to think about, like, I know you're in an interesting situation to me because you're like hyper well educated, and like you're doing so much independent learning and learning outside of neoliberal university context. But at the same time, neoliberal university context is where we get accreditation. And like, how do you as a young guy, like who's like in some sense ahead of the curve with this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, this is where Timenergy and the Commons maybe is interesting for you.
Yeah, it's
You do your thing.
yeah, no, it's actually I have so much to say, but it's a good thing to start with.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never finished high school, and after high school, I had a few attempts to finish it. Right now, I'm 24. Basically, after 16, I stopped. I went through a lot of things, being in a judge, and yeah. So the state was really against me. It's really we shouldn't underestimate how much mistreatment and like abuse the system, pushes to you. So I stopped going to school, and because I didn't want to allow that. I wasn't so masochist that I would let that be allowed to me. And look, who was that guy again that just had a talk with Žižek, that black guy? Yeah, Colonel West. So he had this talk with Žižek, and then he talked about blues music and the fact that because black people have been are oppressed in the United States, that they also they are not only denigrated, but they start denigrating themselves. And movements like blues, like jazz, like hip hop are means to get back an agency. For me, the way that I wanted to get back my agency was the political activism, because I saw what was happening in the system at large. All these wars, and also my personal life, how the system was against me in all these ways. After that, I went into philosophy and Hegel, for political reasons. But that's been going on for years, and so I applied to philosophy the end of last year to study it this year, and then I was talking with this woman, and I turned in a few papers that I wrote, because there was an option to turn in those papers to show where you're at, and also an PhD like recommendation from Cadell that I turned in, and then I was talking with her, and then I also had to turn in the grades that I had when I was 16. And she said that, no, you are, in Dutch we have even a word for this, schoolverlater. Like, you are a school leaver, and we can see that your grades are not good. So you will have to do these 4 subjects, which cost 2,000 euros for me to do. And I have to have lots of motivation to make it happen. And it's like, I get 1 test, and if I fail it, money is wasted, time is wasted, and I don't get access to uni. So this is the situation in my country, and I am definitely not going to study philosophy because I have actual friends who study philosophy, or know people who have studied philosophy, and it's I can do philosophy way better here with all of you, and with myself on the internet with you in this living dialogue than I would ever do in the uni. But I still want to go to the uni, maybe study linguistics, something like this, something scientific. Then again, in uni they have this thing called communication sciences. It's actually just like a euphemism for what used to be called rhetoric. But they don't read Aristotle, they don't read Gorgias, they don't read like Quintilianus, like Cicero. They don't read these guys. He's like these masters of like rhetoricians, But that's a side point. Well, actually, no. It attests also to how historyless everything is becoming. If Heidegger was like, he was right that there's this kind of uprooting and unrootedness of people, and to me, this is like the way I've experienced this personally in my life has been a privilege, because I was pushed out of the system, because I didn't want it to like, throw me around the way it did. I just started doing my own thing because that was the only thing I had. And throughout all the years, I mean, I worked tons of jobs. I'm not the person that has like a problem with authority, but I don't like righteous authority. So then I got like fired lots of times too. But anyway, so I did have the time energy to study all those things because I sacrificed. Because I just decided that it was more important what I was working on. Let's go into some theory. I want to ask this open question for the next days that we're gonna be here to ruminate about, and it's probably one of the most important questions that we can ask. It's the question: what is the goal of philosophy? What is the goal of philosophy? Aristotle had a certain idea about this. Plato had an idea about this. For Aristotle, it was about attaining the good life. And that's exactly like how Kant thinks about it too, or more so like copy-pastes from Aristotle. Hegel is completely different from this. For Hegel, philosophy can never tell you what to do. It cannot instruct you with a categorical imperative on where you have to go, and how you have to apply some universal logic to your particular situation, and then you don't have to confront the anxiety of decision making. For Hegel, the goal of philosophy, just like the goal of religion and the goal of art, is reconciliation with the present. This is very popular. Philosophy for Hegel is to understand its times in thoughts. Now, something that Heidegger, and this is like so fundamental, something that Heidegger critiqued Hegel for, is that Hegel would not allow himself to say anything about the future philosophically. So like Hegel did say like the United States is the country of the future. He made some predictions here and there, but that's where you exit the realm of philosophy and you are entering a more theopolitical, prophetic kind of realm. I'm not saying this is wrong, but I'm saying that this is an extremely essential distinction that we have to make, and the fact that Heidegger critiqued Hegel for this is extremely essential. Especially like regarding time too, like the logic of reconciliation, for example. The goal of philosophy as reconciliation allows yourself to have the free space to think, perhaps with others, perhaps with yourself. And this is very rare today. I'm very lucky that I live in a country, and also like in my personal life, that I have Philosophy Portal. I have also the Nieuwe Wereld, a project in the Netherlands that I'm working with politicians and journalists and academics and literature writers, but also like a reading group. The value of a reading group, like sitting down with each other and tarrying with a text for an extended amount of time, where no one has a definitive final answer of reading. That's why there's a reading group in the first place, right? We shouldn't like underestimate or tone down the value of such things, because we live in a day and age where people love to say that we have to act right now. We have to act right now because look at the world, it's headed to apocalypse. And funnily enough, I think Žižek also says this, that people are so horny for the apocalypse. You see this on the right and the left. Like this, I think Owens sent something to me today about this guy. Sometimes he's like anti-Semitic. He's a very confused man, but he's got a huge following online. He's like a Nietzschean. He's not Nietzschean.
Talking about Uber Boyle?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, and he's like, yeah, everything's headed to apocalypse, so we have to have a hard right, Mannerbund. And
Uber Boyle is a good example of if you follow the attentionalist dynamics, you dumb yourself down very quickly.
Yeah, it's very tragic how dumb he is.
Before he got big, he was better, but now he's blown up. He's feasible.
Yeah, and we see that a lot happening. But with him, he says that the apocalypse is coming, so we have to have a Mannerbund with strong men. And to me, it's not even about like what is his organizational idea about the apocalypse, but it's just like continuously talking about the apocalypse that's headed is nonsense. Is nonsense. And on the left, we also have this. I mean, I know a guy personally. He's very into the apocalypse of just this idea of the apocalypse and that it needs to happen for us to do something. I'm not saying like perhaps if there's gonna be a tragedy or like a crisis that's gonna be bad, we can learn from it, but only if we allow ourselves to retract and not to act immediately, because only with thinking can you actually create an object by thought itself. When you're in the act itself, there's just immediacy. When you retract, you can think logic with objects. And also what I also see, and also both with the right and left, is this move to the east. Yeah. It's very strange. I mean, I actually lived through it myself. I was in a Maoist organization. We were in contact with the guerrillas in the Philippines, and they had, everyone in this organization had the idea that, right there over in the Philippines, they're like burning trucks by multinational organizations which are like mining minerals in Mindanao, which is like an indigenous part of the Philippines. But this idea that the realist struggle is not happening here, it's over there in the East. And we see this with also like orthodoxy, right? And like this, a new form of American churchianity is this American orthodoxy. It's like a Protestant phenomenon, but it is somehow this move to the East, or like with Maoism or Dengism, people who like to talk about China and stuff like this. Even if China is doing great policy or not, that doesn't matter. It's like, what are you doing with yourself and with the people around you, loved ones, the family? So
fetishization of
it's this fetishization of the East, which is, and like these people, they never like know people from the East. They always like they read things and they like how it they like how it makes them feel. So back to the goal of philosophy. This is important to mention. I mean, I have this big document. I'll go through it when I have time these days. Like if like after the discussion or something. The relationship that different Marxists had towards Hegel. So you have Lukács, you have Postone, you have, of course, Engels, Adorno, and then Marx himself. So what about Marx? And with Marx, there's actually a tremendous ambiguity. That's why there's like different interpretations that Marxists had about Hegel. And the basic point of discussion, in my view, is the question the way Lukács put it is that what Hegel calls spirit is just what a materialist Marxist would call the proletariat. Okay, that's easy enough. But then there's also this extent, and Adorno was getting more at this, that the logic of capital, the way Marx describes this as automatischem subject, like it's like an automatic subject that sublates its differences in its certain way, with like CMC becoming like MCM. So he saw the logic of capital, that was the logic of Hegel, as not being an emancipatory logic, but actually the logic of the capitalist oppression and so on. Now, this is where Kant comes in, because Kant had this idea of eternal peace, enlightenment. And, okay, let me put it like this. So there's basically three main interpretations of Hegel. There's one interpretation that says the fact that Hegel says that the goal of philosophy is reconciliation with the present means that we just accept things as they are. That's obviously wrong. But Marx believed this, actually. A friend of Marx, Heinrich Heine, was one of the, I think, earliest ones who came with the second interpretation, which is like super popular still in Marxist circles. But it's also wrong, is the reformist reading of Hegel.
Can you give the name of the first one? Because there's three, like it's reform.
Yeah. So like, okay, so there's the conservative reactionary.
Conservative, reform, and revolution.
Yeah, and the reformist one, and the liberal one, and then the revolutionary one. Not as in revolution, as in like doing violence or something, but the point is that because philosophy cannot tell us what to do, we cannot use because that's the case, we have to make a leap by making a decision. And this is basically a reading of Hegel that I believe Hegel actually gets at. Žižek has been working with it. If you watch the latest podcast with me and Cadell, it's also very clear that we are working with this third Hegel. And this is, Heidegger doesn't know about this Hegel too. That's another thing. Also about the human, the status of the human, what is the human? Philosophy can never take the human itself as a measure. It always has to go to something that's inhuman or something that's transcendent of the human. That's just a side note I wanted to say. And this is so the relationship between philosophy and activism, which actually came up in the Peglian right time energy controversy of 2024 between those two guys. Like what, and also the question of aesthetics and politics is important here, but I haven't thought this through enough. But was Marx really a philosopher? I'm not so sure. He was definitely an activist. That's what you get also from not only the Communist Manifesto, but also his critique of the Gotha program in his final works. And philosophy is not activism, because it's a space where you are allowed to think freely and deeply, so you don't have to act. And we really have to get this right. We have to have the space of philosophy, but at the same time, philosophy has to be connected to activism, because in a sense, like, we're all activists here. Like, Philosophy Portal is an activist project. It's an emancipatory project. Theory Underground also is. And also in the podcast that I made with Cadell, this idea came up that Hegel wants to align our thinking and action, but that doesn't mean that our thinking tells us how our action will unfold. And this is...
I just want to say that it's totally true what you're saying. I think it's important that I think I could only do it if I was genuinely reconciled with my present. You know what I mean? Like, there was a moment in my doctorate where I went too far Marxist, and I feel like that it gets you into a teleological goal-directedness, which is too narrow and too blind to the present moment. Like, in order to really be an activist, you have to be reconciled with the present moment, which is the paradox, because usually you'd think, why are you an activist? It's because you're not reconciled with the present moment, that you're trying to get to a better state of being. I think only a true activist, only reconciliation with the present can open up true activism.
Yeah. That's the best way to put it, yeah. And this can even be like a great conversation with a family member that you didn't expect could take place, Like, this is kind of this reconciliation that you come together, and maybe in forgiveness even. But these are like important, and that's why Hegel in the philosophy of right goes first into self-relation and also into family and these types of things before thinking the dynamics of world spirit. But since we're talking about world spirit, when I was reading this book, I haven't finished it all the way yet, but a concept like time energy to me would make sense in a day and age where the nation state and labor unions and the Labor Party would still have some power to some extent. You see what I mean? Because I mean, they were working with this. If you read also like Rosa Luxemburg, or what labor unions were talking about in like the 20s and stuff, like they had like these crazy proposals of like, let's have a 20-hour working week or like a 10-hour working week. Like, they knew this kind of stuff. It's not, in that sense, time energy is not new. Of course, it's a neologism in that sense. It is new, and it's also allows us to think left and right in a renewed manner. But yeah, what does time energy mean in this context of planetary capital and the fact that the nation state is completely impotent when it comes to this? Like the Netherlands, our situation, our government is in a sense like a lot of times just an arm for the WHO or the UN or the EU, and they love this like interpassivity, right? Like just to outsource jobs, to like have this subject supposed to know because they're there in the EU or in the UN, and then they just like, I think maybe that's a paradox that hasn't been talked about so much yet. Marx didn't actually think that the state was going to wither away. That was Engels who came with that, and of course, Lenin and Marxism, Leninism ran with this. But in a sense, the state is withering away now. But what's happening is that the state is withering away, and they're freely giving away their power to private companies,
Exactly.
Planetary capital, and these weird supranational organizations with all their global homo art and like these weird aesthetics and stuff.
I think that's the key thing, the difficult thing to think. What you're pointing at is the state is withering away, and there are these international corporations which are really the main. They're the big other. And I think these organizations are operating by a neoliberal logic, whereas what would it look like for these organizations to operate by a commons logic? This happens about ownership of data. Like, because Facebook, like all these companies own our data.
But even more like concrete questions, like we had tons of like farmer protests in the Netherlands, which succeeded to put a lot of pressure to stop a policy that the EU tried to enforce in the Netherlands. The EU the environmentalists, they're the neoliberal ones, they just made a decision, and then the Netherlands was just going to enforce it, but it was going to be a catastrophe economically for the farmers. So they had these huge protests. But these people, what I'm trying to get at is like these people too are in a world that they are completely disconnected from like the national economy and questions of the nation state and how it actually is to how things actually work. But these people do make decisions, and also in the WHO and the UN, this is the case. I have a friend who like worked at the UN for a while, and it's very eerie, the whole sphere there. And this is also, it's relevant also because you said about like rationalization and this kind of unification. Everything has to be unified. The school has to have like thousands and then like 10,000 like pupils. A school of 200 people is not enough because that's not efficient. But David Graeber actually exposed greatly the inefficiency of capitalism, and how there is this tendency to make efficient, but there's also this tendency to make it appear as if you're making things more efficient, and this is then like seen as this like grand unification of all institutions with the supranational organizations like in service of planetary capital being instated. So that's that's all I want to say for now.
Sorry? Pass the mic.
My logic here was like, we do have people on the couch who introduce themselves as saying, well, they're very new to all this. And then I was like, well, we should have Nance go next, because it's kind of like the student at Philosophy Portal, the student, like the archetypical, you're leading the way here. So I wanted Nance to be able to go, you can just sit where I was sitting if you want, because I want you on camera, because the video for this is going to be absolutely killer, guys. Like, great job. You're all part of like some amazing canonical event. Like, this is a really special. I'm the quilting point towards the end. Yeah. Also, Nance can probably hit all that anyway. I'm gonna I've already written a book responding to it. So, but it's not published. So.
But it does exist. It just hasn't actualized yet. I think, first of all, I don't like talking all that much. Sorry. As far as like reconciling with the situation to like become an effective activist, I think, yeah, that makes sense, because that's like that includes like a realism and a rationality that allows you to not dive into absurd performative things that maybe pay off like libidinally, but ultimately only contribute to the bullshit that we seem to be heading towards. I think I am horny for the apocalypse. But I'm not content to sit with that. Like maybe I want to work out that tension somehow by working towards overcoming the apocalypse or avoiding the apocalypse. And so I think what we're doing, we've been called militants. Like we've been told that we're militating for this kind of guerrilla education or institutional structures that can kind of support milieus to reinterpret, resituate ourselves, kind of come to understand the context. Because I do think right now, it's just simply unacceptable. And I don't know what does that mean. I don't know, because I'm not educated and I haven't had the privilege to really deeply investigate how I feel about things and like logical outcomes of the tendencies that I observe, and whether or not I'm full of shit completely. I probably am mostly. But rather than trying to reconcile with this great big situation that I don't think I could even comprehend, I would rather militate for the conditions of possibility to become for reconciliation, for the type of spiritual nourishment that like would really allow me to come into a relation with the world in a way, because I'm just so completely incomplete as it stands. Like I think we're all just broken retards, all of us, and some more than others. And I think we can all be better. So yeah, activism, that's cool, but I do think like praxis, like you need to think and you need to act. But also, I don't think we're there yet. At least I'm not there yet. And I think what we're doing, being militants, is better than being activists. Or again, maybe it's just like comforting myself because we're doomed. And
do you have general thoughts though about the talk as well? You know.
I think time energy and the commons, I think it is, like, to me, super intuitive. It's actually kind of hard to cope with people who don't grasp time energy in this way. The pushback on time energy is just like a lack of understanding the material conditions of someone who just doesn't have it. I don't remember the guy's name, but he was a dyed-in-the-wool PMC, and he just couldn't comprehend this kind of concept of like this collective lack of time energy. I don't know. People think, oh, well, you can just kind of instrumentalize yourself and you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you can go through the achievement culture, and it's very individual. It's very atomized, and it's like, no, we're not talking about that. Like that's not satisfying. That's not what any of this is about. Like it really is about, like, it is impossible to see to all your needs and raise a family. Like it's just not an option for any of us. And it's not because we're too stupid, and it's not because we lack the ability, but it's because, like, the conditions just don't exist. So I like thinking about time energy as essential to the commons. And I also like, over the last several days, we've been having a lot of conversations about the structures, the milieu, all that's kind of going on, trying to legitimate ourselves in a way. Because I don't know, it also seems a bit absurd to be just a bunch of idiots reading books. I don't know.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. And I would say that, that as far as, I do want to take most of my notes from this session and just listen and let it all sink in. But when I say that the book's not written yet, also I have a post that's an immediate follow-up to what I wrote Owen and published at 5 a.m. this morning before I went to bed. And the follow-up is an immediate follow-up because Cadell put me on the spot and said, okay, but then like, what is your politics, Dave? Like, what are the coordinates of your politics? Like, what is this, how are you approaching things? Because like this, neither left nor right, as Chris Catrone says, is always going to tend rightward, right? And I think it's a good question and it's a good point. And when we were in Washington, D.C. at Comet Ping Pong Pizza, where we did our event with Daniel Tutt, if anybody doesn't know, that's where the QAnon guy went to try to shoot up the pizza parlor. It's internet lore, but the thing Tutt came and said to me right afterwards was like, he was like, what is your politics? What is your program? What are you doing? Why are you doing it? And I think the question that you're asking, Dimitri, that's the best question, is the goal of philosophy. And I think that this idea of reconciliation with the situation is really good. And I think you're really good at saying that this was Heidegger's critique, but also where Heidegger's wrong. And also where Marx is wrong. So Heidegger and Marx both being wrong on their Hegel, they're not thinking deeply enough with Hegel. Most people read Hegel and then run off and do their own project without seriously.
I think it's anxiety of influence.
Yeah, man. But I mean we get so many great thinkers who ran away from Hegel, like Kierkegaard and Nietzsche and Schopenhauer. And I'll hand it over in just a second. That's all just to say that the theory underground position is that we have not yet reconciled the situation because we have not really had, and I'm saying we, as in the two of us, and maybe a handful of other fellow travelers and co-instructors at Theory Underground. But it's kind of an operating assumption of this school of thought being, this theory thing is for a time of moratorium. Moratorium. When you do a scientific experiment and it doesn't work out the right way, you don't keep doing the experiment. You go back to the drawing board and then try to control for variables and reinterpret what went wrong and then decide what to do. And that period of moratorium is this period of time spent trying to reconcile the situation so that you can act on it again. And so we are militant about that, just like Nance said, but I'm not an activist because I don't have like a political program unless it's the piece that I'm writing in response to Cadell's hystericization is to say, well, here's my operating assumptions I'm working on now. These are not a bunch of dogmas, but I've got a bunch of operating assumptions about why I think that the situation is not understood and has not been reconciled and must be worked through, which is why I have a 5-year project that is part of a 25-year project. And it's all written out. It's been being developed, but it's in its infancy. And bringing these things together is part of the process. This is the process. That's what I see. This is the process. And so from outside, like people would just be like activists. But then it was our Spanish tutor, Carl, who is an anarchist. He said, we have a Spanish tutor who's an anarchist. Then we have a French theorist who's just like our French guy. He teaches us French. And then we have the Marxist who teaches us our physical fitness and health kinds of stuff. So we've got the Marxist, the anarchist, and the French postmodernist. We literally have all three on a weekly basis at Theory Underground. And that was kind of just accidental how it worked out, but it's like, that's all three things that there are. But anyway, Carl, the anarchist, he said, you guys do a lot of talking about how you're not anarchists, but I just want you to know you're some of the most militant people I've ever met. And I was like, I kind of like that. I mean, but the word activist has such a bad taste. It has such a fucking bad taste after Evergreen University. I heard that you were there at the time. Yeah. I'm sorry, but anybody who's been paying attention in the United States should know activism's a fucking lost cause until we do reconcile the situation, because those people do not know what the fuck is going on. I have a good friend and a patron whose daughter was there, on the opposite side of you. And I just have to say, I do not think they have the solution. I definitely don't think they've reconciled the situation. And that would require this kind of militant inquiry. So that's where we're coming from.
I just want to say for philosophy portal, I think I'm much less activist.
I don't get that. I don't get that vibe, man.
I don't think I'm activist at all, really. Like, I think I'm more, okay, I'm reconciled with the situation and what am I, but I'm still acting. And like, I think what is the acting and like I think it's just looking for openings for philosophy to become actual. I think that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I meant with activism, but it's such a dirty word in American, so I will stop. I'll stop using it. So, sure.
We don't need to go in order. We just make sure everyone gets a chance. But basically, how
like a Zoom stack where people
raise their
hands, make sure everyone gets to.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation that this comes up, and I suppose doubly interesting to me because I don't see myself as a philosopher. I'm an artist, so I wonder if there's different ways of thinking. But so I don't have this question of what is philosophy for? Is it appropriate for me to be an activist or not? I tend to work by seizing a bit of inspiration, plowing into it, and figuring it out afterwards. That just seems to be how things work for me. But at the same time, this conversation, it's at least my sense is that it's more on the left, this doubt about whether we should be doing activism or not doing activism. Like, what is the appropriate space? And I do get this, I'm slightly skeptical of it. And I wonder if it's this thing started by Žižek, where Žižek's gone, this is an age where we should retract, we should step back. And honestly, what comes to my mind is I know Žižek sometimes jokes about the fact that he's a Stalinist and don't put me in power. And is there an element of actually people on the left retreating from really stabbing a flag in the ground and going, do you know what? The actual logical outcome of the politics that I'm talking, I mean, you guys using the word militant yourselves, right? It's like, is the outcome of your politics actually a kind of militant centrism? And if it is, I would appreciate people standing up and kind of saying, you know what, these are my ideas and this is where it probably leads. So for example, where I'm going with this Paglian right populist view, I think, for example, that in Europe we have a big issue with Islam and with Muslim immigration, and I would be much happier to have a much stricter border policy with regards to that region of the world. Something to do with Donald Trump's ban. I think that was probably a good idea, and I'm actually okay standing up and saying this is an implication of the type of thinking that I'm developing. Similarly, I mean, so for example, I was just saying with Raven, I think a couple of the concrete political issues that I'm interested in at the moment, rhetorically, borders and babies. I've just spoken about borders for a second. Babies is another one, and I do think this is something where, okay, horny for the apocalypse, not horny for the apocalypse. We have a few decades to make some core decisions about whether we're going to invest in the types of policies that allow people to have families. And this is going to dramatically shape the future of this century and next centuries. And I think this is an important conversation to actually be in and taking a stand on and trying to influence policy, call it activism, call it not activism. But I just see it as important. And I don't see much use from my perspective in coming up with a complex intellectual rationalization as to why not to be in that conversation. And another one, I was just riffing with Raven outside, and this would be the last thing I said, because she said the third B should be brilliance, borders, babies, and brilliance. And that really ties into what you were saying, Dave, which I really liked about, talent and tuition. And I think that is super key. And I'm glad that you've actually, again, rhetorically nice, 2 T's. But this is funny because it gets to me to what exactly is your beef with my Paglian right post? Because that's basically, I think, the ethos behind it is something like we need spaces to cultivate talent and tuition. But this necessarily requires some kind of sculpted, careful, basically bordered space that not everybody can get into because not everybody has the capacity or the drive to be there.
That's really good, man. Yeah, and I think that it's my job to hystericize activists and artists and politicians and say philosophy is its own thing. Also priests, and to say philosophy is its own thing. You will all be inspired by it, and you will all do great things. You'll also do ungreat things. Who knows? Only the owl will tell later, right? But it's my job to hold this line that says, "Do you really know?" And so the I think you're right. Babies, borders, babies, brilliance, time, energy, talent, tutelage. I'm there for it. I'd vote for that. But also, I don't think my vote matters, right? I don't think my vote matters. If you have proximity to people who can make things happen, and you're able to be the voice in the ear, you inspire people who have power to be able to prioritize these basic things that that are absolutely necessary, then do it. And you're right that this is a very left, very post-Marxist position to be in for me, but it is post for a reason. And my question used to be, well, there was the old left and then there was the new left, and I was more on the side of the old left for a while because I didn't like identity politics, and I'm working class, and my family didn't have time, energy, and so it's like, yeah, this is my axe to grind. But the new left was responding to the genuine failures of workerism. I don't give a fuck if you're a worker. It doesn't mean you know most things. You might know a lot about something, and you might have a generalized kind of experience I can relate to, but I'm not trying to do worker identity politics anymore, right? In my Bernie phase, I definitely was. I was unaware of what was going on then. And so, yeah, I think that the reason it's not left for me is because there's this open question, and I want to see what other people can do to prove how they can deliver on real visions towards time, energy. And if the Catholic Church were to come forward and say, actually, we have a plan for a theocracy where everyone gets their time, energy, I'd be like, interesting, tell me more. And then you have liberals and leftists, no, we've got it. I'd be like, interesting, tell me more. And then I'd sit there and I'd problematize it. I think it's my job to hold that line. It's my function. It's my calling, at least for now. And maybe my militancy will become an activism when I really see something where I'm like, no, man, I have to go for that. But that's when I'll stop being a philosopher and I'll start being an ideologue. And I might become one someday. It'll probably be the worst thing ever. People will be like, oh, early Dave thought that's where it was at. But for now, 4 years, because it was in 2020 when I was first working out this idea during live streams, during quarantine in Hawaii, one of the worst places to be locked down, by the way. I was just like, you know what? No one's ever going to, I was burnt out after Bernie, right? And I was like, here's the thing, all these woke people who were down with Bernie, but he's also white and male and a little old. Now they're kind of like backing Biden or rioting for 7 months, and they think that's the revolution. I was like really burnt out on it. And I was like, wow, I thought some kind of universalist thing would at least get me some healthcare here. It's not going anywhere, And then I was like, okay, but they literally like demonize people. You could be left in every way, but if you're pro-life, you're a right-winger. You could be left in every way, but if you say, look, I love trans people, I've got lots of trans people I love, I want people to be able to have the services they need, but also, you can't change your sex, I'm sorry. The Nina line. Oh, well then you see what happens. She's been made an example of, as has J.K. Rowling. We know Nina Power, we've talked to her, so you can check her out, but point is she gets called a TERF and a reactionary and a Nazi and blah, blah, blah because of this one position. And that's where left hegemony is like, if you don't fit the mold on one thing, you're out. And so that got me thinking, oh shit, pro-life and also the nature of femininity or masculinity. These are epistemological and metaphysical, unsolvable, irreducible contradictions that constitute human culture and will never go away. And insofar as gender is a performance or culturally constructed, that is how a society deals with that contradiction. But that contradiction is what's generative of how it's dealt with. And if we are going to try to abolish the contradiction and just tell people, no, it is this way or it is that way, we're fucked. If what we're trying to get is healthcare, or something bigger and better, which I want something bigger and better. And so then that's where I got to in 2020 saying, well, if there was a real workers' party, for instance, like my Marxist friends want, for it to work and actually not get the resentment and reaction of most people, it couldn't be this intersectionalist, every box checked. It would actually have to be representative of left and right cultural values for the most part, right? It would actually have, there would be pro-life people on the right-hand side, and there would be pro-choice people on the left-hand side, and they would have arguments, but at the end of the day, they would be in full agreement about certain fundamental things like time, energy, and tutelage, and talent, and borders, and babies, and brilliance. There would be. They would have to be. If they weren't, then it would develop and instigate legitimate reaction. And a left that creates legitimate reaction is suicidal. And that's what we have. It's suicidal. And so that realization was a lot to sit with, and it's what caused me to kind of shed an old layer of myself, was realizing that's almost everything that I've been fighting for 7 years. It's not going to work out. It cannot work out because the people I've surrounded myself with, I can't take them home. They wouldn't respect my parents. They'd call them Nazis, and they're not. They're loving people. They're good people. They just vote for Trump. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's just the way it is. Can't scapegoat them, though. There's a whole system in play, and they've been given terrible options to choose from, and they're going for what they understand to be the lesser evil, and everyone's going for what they understand to be the lesser evil. And that's just this duopolistic spiral down forever. So yeah, is there a way forward? Can humans work together if they can see across certain fundamental epistemological and metaphysical irreconcilable contradictions? Or are we going to get caught up in endless oppositions? So that's kind of where I've been at, yeah. So, I mean, but I have respect it a lot. I do respect it. And it's kind of like this pussy position that I've taken on.
Your main critique wasn't your main.
Let me just say the thing. The pussy. I don't mean to be crass here, but it's just like I'm just saying like I've taken on this position where it's like I say no, but a person who's pro-life should be able to be in the room. I'm not saying I'm pro-life. I should be able to be in the room because I think my job is not that. My job is to look around and go, you know what? That's a significant proportion of the human population, not just women, but it is a significant portion. And that portion doesn't want to do politics and be girl bosses most of the time. They don't want to. And then if they're not in the room, then people go, oh, where's the women? And then the women who are there, they're like, haha, you know, and they're on with this specific brand of feminism. And it's like, well, who's getting left out of the conversation? It's women who don't want to have to be there, and they do want to be moms, and they also do metaphysically believe that life does start at conception. And it's like, I can respect that because I have sisters, and they're working women, and people who, and they're not like workers, you know, they're not sex workers, but they're just regular working class women. And because I have some kind of relationship with a lot of different regular working class kind of people, I go to like these lefty things and I'm just like, man, this ain't it. Can't be. There's no future here. And so that's why I think I said that your position is the lesser evil. I think I said that. That could get me canceled. Like, and I probably will get canceled for saying that. And so, I mean, I've taken a risk. I've gone out on a limb. I might be critical of the position that you had thought that I was in, and I wanted to be able to differentiate myself, but I still took this big risk, and I'm saying, yeah, no, I think that's probably the lesser evil.
Again, my question is, so what is the greater good, or what is the lesser good?
For your position?
No, so if I'm the lesser evil, if there's a greater evil, and I'm a lesser evil,
yeah,
then what's the good?
It would be for the populist right, the populist left, and the technocratic PMC elite on the left and right, for members of all four of those factions to see common cause towards these 3 Bs and 3 Ts and just get to work.
Which is actually basically what I say by the end of my piece.
I just have to reread it maybe, but you know, maybe this is reconciliation. I don't know, but like
your criticism of Owen wasn't anything related to babies, borders, and brilliance. It was about the orgiastic right, like queering the right.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, capital was just missing from the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Like that was my main thing. I don't think I ever said it as clearly as I should have. I wrote it.
Yeah, of course.
Too fast. But yeah, no, it comes down to capital and time energy. That's the main thing. And it's like babies and families, they need time energy to be able to have relationships, because my experience was no dad home from before sun up till after sundown, and my mom doing everything, but she was also gardening and running a business from home. And she had a lot of kids because she was trying to be a trad wife, and it didn't work because they might have been able to pull money together and scrape by, but they didn't have the time energy. So the relationships weren't there. And so it's a big broken family, even though they wanted to be family first. And that sucks. And the whole world is set against them. And they blame it all on liberals. And in part, liberals are partially responsible, maybe, but it's the whole social system that was set against them. And so it's like, I want people to be able to trad better, but I also want people who don't want that to be able to do their thing, you know?
Yeah.
I just want to say, if for Owen's position, like the way I think about it is Islam and immigration the central contradiction of our time, meaning Europe? Like, is Europe's contemporary situation politically, is the central contradiction Islam and immigration? There's a good case that it is.
I think it probably, actually, I think this spiritual war, I probably go to the religious layer and see that as actually more operative than capitalism. Like, capital is there, but the decisions we make around capital are influenced by the type of religious or cultural, national even understanding. Like, I think, and this goes back to what was brought forward earlier about the nation and about liberalism. I think these are all tied together. This is why I'm interested in the work that you guys are going to do with the philosophy of right, because I think the stakes of the Enlightenment liberal state are tied up with both capital and with the forces of religious reaction. And yes, it's probably true that I emphasized one and not the other in my piece.
And I do think there's a legitimate question, and this has come up both in the Dark Renaissance presentation, the woman who is most vocally against my presentation, as well as a woman who is very against my presentation at the School of Thinking, is there seems to be a type of middle-class woman in between 30 and 50 who is in an active death spiral and thinks that everyone should reproduce and have rights to land except Europeans. And like, that's the sentiment. Yeah. And like, it's a very common sentiment. Like, it's so and this is like the most general point, and I think Žižek gets at this in Christian atheism. Is the West in a self-destructive identity spiral?
Well, and that's the Islamo-Leftism thing, and I think what is people are starting to talk about it is the way that woke is doing a dirty deal behind the scenes with the radical Islamist activists.
And I think that's the Achilles heel of the contemporary left, is that they've foreclosed religion.
Yeah.
And where they reach their fundamental contradiction is thinking radical Islamists are like communitarian Marxists. Like, no,
no, it's this thing basically thinking that of the people from the Middle East either as poor people oppressed by colonialism or humans just like us, like, you know, the humanist logic. But actually, I learned a lot from reading some far-right guys who idealize Islam, and they go, my God, they've achieved a centrist, spiritual, conservative vision that actually operates. Fuck, why can't we do something like that in Europe? The only tragedy is that it's not reconcilable with our Judeo-Christian or classical lineage. So they looked at Islam.
That's why we need to fight for the sublation of universal European enlightenment.
I agree. I'm with that. Yeah.
That's to me, the battle of universalities is what happened in like post-French Revolution, liberal, secular state versus Islamic theocracy. That's the zero level. There's a contradiction of universalities there.
Yeah.
And you see it most evidently in France.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I think so. This as I said, capital and Islam, they cannot be separated. I think we underestimate what's happening if we just focus on capital.
The other thing, and maybe I should come to it later, y'all, because I know we got to get to other people, but I just want to say, like, I wrote it here on my notes for what I was supposed to talk about, and I never got to it, but it was church, state, capital, right? It's this trifecta. And then in the middle, I have Scole and Commons. And then obviously the problem of Scole, which would be real education, right? And the problem of Commons, which would be the real commons, is that instead we have the nonprofit sector and schools, and that's run by the PMC, mostly the PMC left. And that's this Band-Aid on the situation, and it's sort of, it's kind of like the church of old, without poor people to go and like witness to, they wouldn't have a job. So they actually needed those poor people in a sort of sense. And the nonprofit sector needs people who need these services that they're offering. And the education system, which is obviously schooling, not Scole. So That's the center. And then church, state, and capital are the three major forces of ideology and power. And sometimes they work in concert, but often they work against one another. And our job to figure out power in the 21st century is to figure out where are the constituent contradictions between these, where are they working together, where are they working against one another, and which points of leverage can we actually focus on to generate something through positive contradiction between church, state, and capital. Instead of synthesis, which would just be like, oh, let's go back to theocracy. Well, where's the generative contradictions between these things, and how can we actually kind of throw gasoline on those fires, but then dampen out these other fire? Here's an example of a fire that is out of control right now. The surveillance state in conjunction with capital, advertising, big data, like the two are in complete lockstep and harmony together. We need to drive a wedge between the two. We need the founding fathers in liberalism in general with the idea of no absolute power and the division of powers. We need to think the redivision of powers between church, state, and capital so that good people working in all three can actually do what they're supposed to do in society, because right now they can't. And people who would have been nuns or monks in the past are individualist consumers who spend all their time thinking about their emotions and their identities, and they don't think about the people who toil, which was kind of their fucking job. But now they don't get to do that. They don't have to do that because they're progressive individualist types. So, this whole trifecta and stuff, I hope that this will be a big part of what we're going into. But the whole idea with reconciliation through philosophy, theory is actually not philosophy, right? And so we'll get into that more, but like, what is the productive contradiction between philosophy and theory for us who want to do both, right? Because the goal of theory is to change the world, or to ask why that didn't work. And I'm in the tradition of why didn't that work, which is usually called post-Marxist, critical theory, blah, blah, blah. But it's not the same as this lowercase critical theories that doesn't ask why that didn't work, but just goes around saying, oh, we have a solution, identity politics with more fancy words, which is, what you get taught in school if you're being taught critical theory today. So we're in this position where I think the next decade of the resurgence of the religious is to think the relationship between these three kinds of institutions and basically have a conversation with those people and say, look, I hope that you can pull it off, guys, but also at the education level, how do we get the education system to work with and not against, but also maintain some kind of sovereignty against church, state, and capital?
Yeah, I really like that. It reminds me, and this is just a short point, I remember reading somewhere in Deleuze and Guattari basically this argument that the way the primitive church and state, or the religious authority and the king, basically a lot of their job was just keeping the merchants under fucking check, creating spaces where the merchants weren't allowed in, so because they could see what capital would do if it was let free. And that's basically what happens with the Enlightenment, with the French Revolution. Bam, capital comes out, and now we're here going, okay, what about the state? What about the church? Is there a higher order state and church rather than just having a king and a high priest? And I think woke has essentially set itself up as a kind of Catholic church. And it's interesting now, we were talking about the 17th century recently and thinking these new dissident cultural movements like the Protestant attempt to reform against the central Catholic authority, which just creates these insane corrupt hierarchies. Anyhow,
one of the things I want to throw at you, Owen, is more of a question that I'm working through. So like and this came up in my School of Thinking lecture, is that I've been working through the history of religion. So for people know, like, this is a very bare bones introduction to like how I'm understanding the history of specifically Christianity. You have Christianity that initially splits into Catholic and Orthodox, and this Catholic and Orthodox split seems to be about father and son, where Orthodox just reify the Father and the Catholics have a relationship between Father and Son, which generates Holy Spirit. Then you have a split between Catholic and Protestant, where the split between Catholic and Protestant seems to be about our capacity to interpret text, our capacity to interpret Scripture. And I think that that's important because it means Protestantism ushers in and forms a religion that makes sense in the context of a post-printing press society. And I've even encountered Orthodox converts that are coming to realize, oh wait, Orthodoxy hasn't yet grappled with the issue of the printing press. Mm-hmm. Like, this is a problem. How is this going to scale? And how is Orthodoxy going to be integrated into a world where the printing press is a thing? Right? Like, that's something that Orthodox is so pre-modern that it hasn't conceptualized that yet. But then,
this is why Simone and Malcolm Collins make that point about how
they're Calvinists.
The only people able to maintain their little cultivars today, cultivars are the Amish and the Mennonites, because
they're Protestant.
Because their children aren't on the internet. So this is a huge problem for Orthodoxy. Yeah.
So okay, and then I'm working under the thesis that what we call modern secular atheist West, modern secular liberal atheist West, however we want to say it, I claim that that's just the most successful variant of Protestantism. And so from that, I'm trying to work through the idea, and this is where it comes to the question for you, and it's also in the context of the Lacan conference. Was the counterculture of the 1960s, which I don't think we've really been able to, and brings us to maybe to the Paglia Wright thing, like it is the counterculture of the 1960s somewhat analogous to what was going on in the Protestant Reformation, in the sense that it was, what it seems to me the counterculture of the 1960s was pointing at was the interpretation of our own experience. So it's like going from interpretation of scripture with the Protestant Revolution to interpretation of experience on the level of the counterculture, that on that level.
I mean, it's a super interesting question. Where I'd go with this is actually, I'll just preface this by saying I've come around. You've convinced me about the Protestant thing. You know, I used to play with you saying, no, I'm a Catholic.
Yeah.
You know, I like all the churches and the BDSM drawings in the church. Then I got the whole stakes of the Protestant Reformation, basically studying the English Civil War, actually. But then I was listening to Paglia the other day, and she's talking about what she thinks was the stakes of the 1960s was this influence from India, this Hindu influence that blew up in a culture that was Protestant. So that was interesting, and I've played with that for a while. But then I was listening to a podcast the other day with an Indian-American guy, and he was saying what's really interesting at the moment is that Indians are very successful in America because the Protestant base of America is completely fertile ground for people to come in and be Hindu. The Hindus and the Protestants get on very well. Yeah. So I'm starting to think, actually, that's why I joked earlier, Hindu Protestantism. I don't think it's Hindu, techno-Hinduism. I think actually there's a weird synthesis there, and it might be along the lines of something like Tantra Sutra, where Protestantism achieves this political split between state and church that hasn't been achieved anywhere else, but remains quite a... for lack of a better word, stiff. It's not very colorful. It's not very efflorescent. It doesn't really do dance or sex or color or music in a particularly interesting way. And it's interesting to see how that has actually been recuperated up through the East. And someone like Aleister Crowley, who I'm massively influenced by, he was raised in a radical Protestant sect when he was a kid and then went to India when he was 20 and fucking blew his mind out with all these yoga and then arguably became one of the key figures of the counterculture. And I think his project with something like Thelema was a Hinduization of Protestantism. And I'm really interested in that as a spiritual ground with which to work with going forwards. Something that can hold this Paglian energy of sexual multiplicity and perversion and playfulness, while also hanging on to the very meaningful political battles that were won in the West.
It does seem like one of the Achilles' heels of Protestantism is the puritanical relationship.
It's just not fun. It's not sexy.
It's work.
But it's also the condition of possibility for counterculture and fun Dionysian energy.
Sure. So it sets something up. It creates something, but then you have to fill that. And that's what happened in the 60s. And that's what happened beforehand with Romanticism as well. Arguably, the 19th century guys were trying something similar.
Yeah, Clement, good.
Okay. Lots of things I would like to raise up, but so first maybe to illustrate or to give a quote about your idea about time energy and how time really changes everything. It's a quote by Mumford, and who said that the core item of the Industrial Revolution was not the steam engine, but the clock. And that changed everything, how we live our lives, basically. Then on another very important theme, the tutelage, so tutorship. I think, yes, well, there is this school that has been tried in France, which was called the communal school, where the pupils of the higher levels would teach the lower levels, and it was tremendously successful. This tutorship model worked extremely well, so well that the pupils would learn in 1 year what they could do in 2 years or 3 years before. And it was stopped politically because it was too efficient. There is a book about this. The experiment was stopped because it was too efficient.
I would love to get my hands on that book. If you could send me that recommendation.
Sure.
Really cool, yeah.
And still about tutelage, I think we are on the border of a revolution in this space with AI, precisely because we can parameterize AI systems to become tutors that are very responsive, that can give feedback, that can guide, at least for well-defined topics that we want everybody to know about. I think it's going to be a revolution really in education. That's one of the use of AI for education.
Awesome.
And now
I've also heard people criticizing this though.
Well, I think we are just at the very beginning of it, but I don't know the critics, but I don't think it has been tried a lot.
Always somebody.
Yeah.
Anyway, no. Anyway,
there is somebody from critical theory or something like
that.
Yeah.
But just that will dehumanize the teacher-student relationship. Like
yes.
Try to bypass. We're trying to get around the messiness of human relationships by
right, but I think it's a false dichotomy. It's an either human or AI. It should be both. It should be like for some basic stuff you go with the AI, and when you're stuck or when the AI is really not responding meaningfully, then you go to a human. But still the amount of feedback that each student would get is tremendous compared to what we get now with a model of one teacher and 20, 30 students. And then, yes, and then my core question, like these were more side remarks actually. You said that very rightly that capital is a center and it's not beauty or the good or anything else. And so my more constructive question is, do you have a vision on the future on how to desacralize capital to make it less central and so that other realms of life could flourish?
Yeah, that's a really good question that follows naturally from my poor framing. To say that capital is what everything gravitates around, that it is the center, kind of erases the Deleuzian point. And it's not just Deleuze's point. Marx was keen on this, but it's just the way that Marx was picked up. Everyone will talk about it like capital is this new feudal structure. So it's a new hierarchy. Like at the top of it, there's this king. You could cut the king's head off, and then everybody will have some Lenin at the top, and hooray, we did it. And of course, with capital, it's distributed with people's desires, distributed with people's drive. To decentralize capital, would that mean to re-centralize people's desire and drive? Almost like this opposite effect. Does centralization, obviously, like, I'm not for these totalitarian, or at least these old forms of totalitarian centralization. I'm like, but the question is there some kind of way of centralizing desire and drive? And that's why I think that the value revolution or transformation of society is necessary. Like a change at the level of human beings and their value prioritization that comes through conceptual distinction that actually plays out in your lived experience. Like that is where the new symbolization project happens. And that's why we have to use the resources of these thinkers who were masters for, reconciling their situation or trying to pave some way forward, right? And so with capital, yeah, I think that Timenergy is just one example of potentially more, hopefully a lot more concepts that get at fundamental phenomena and dynamics that will ignite in people a change in values and their prioritization of those values. Because look, if you value freedom for and I value freedom from, then we're going to have a forever split. But if we both value Timenergy, while your freedom for and my freedom from are like second order priorities, but the main priority is time energy. Well, then that throws a real wrench in this rhizomatic capital thing, right? Because it's centralizing desire and drive. Yeah, so that's the beginning of a thought. That's the beginning of a book. That's the beginning of a conference. That's the beginning of something where other people are going to hopefully hazard a risk or a guess at something more that will also do something similar. It's like if you can have an intuitive idea it's more complicated than the intuitive idea, but the moment you get the intuitive idea, you adopt it. Like people, they don't read Time Energy. They just go, oh yeah, and they start using it with their roommates. And before you had read it, you were talking about how you and your roommates were using it, or how Cadell and Audrey use it in the household. It's like a lot of people who are associated with Theory Underground, they are using it in their households with their friends and their families. Have their friends and families realize that there's a technical definition for it that means large energy infused repeatable blocks of time. They don't need that yet because time energy. Like they're used to saying, sorry, I don't have the time and energy. So now they just drop the and it's intuitive, but then it's like this pipeline into realizing a technical concept that makes you realize, oh, just because I have some energy and pseudo time here on the weekend doesn't mean I can actually do anything I want to, because I can't learn the violin. I can't learn Spanish, right? Because you don't have repeatable energy infused time. It's reliably there that you can bank on. Saying to bank on it, you know, this is a idiom or something like in the United States, right? Like to bank on it. But what does that mean? Like the way I'm using that would mean like if you have reliable, repeatable, it's probably going to have energy time, you know, then you can bank on that, which means you can invest it.
Yeah, but I think nowadays the problem is to create this time energy spaces, but and probably yes, with some discipline you could create, a lot of people could create a lot of this, but the real issue is this, to have this discipline and the fact that we are bombarded with options for distractions in a hyper connected world. There are tons of video games, tons of Netflix series, tons of friends, of chats, or you have tons of options to do shallow things, and then it takes a lot of discipline to do deep things.
I'll give it to you a second here. I just want to say, like, there is desire of the other, or it's mimetic, right? Like desire is desire of the other. So is drive, because you know what you desire, you're also going to try to undermine. The point is to somehow, with a constellation of role models and figures and ways of being and archetypes of ways of being, which is usually the domain of politics and art, is to show people how to be. It's also religion. How to be, a constellation of saints, constellation of stories, mythos, right? Like the point is we don't have that constellation of role models who are sort of like time energy kings and queens, showing people this could be you. Instead, the PMC says, I earned it. Now listen to me, and I'll be the influencer, you be the follower, subscribe to my Patreon. And it's like, well, people like me and Cadell don't exist. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And when I say we don't exist, I mean like, look, man, Cadell was going to do football and baseball, right? Like that was what he was going to do. And then for some reason that didn't work out. I would have been in a band. I would have ended up being a venue owner. I didn't end up doing that, right? Like the things that I was going to do didn't end up happening. And instead I went in this route. But this is not a route where we were like, oh, this person's doing it. But the point is like in 10 years, with the underground scene developing in theory, there'll be more and more people doing these things and working with artists and also being multilingual and all these things where people are going to go, video games are fucking boring, man. I'm not 16 anymore. They're going to go fucking porn. It's fine, whatever, but also like real people. Real contradictions. It matters more. And I want to be on what those guys are on. It's more exciting than cocaine. Right? I got a lot of ex-coke heads who love my energy. Right? Because like they just watch a 17-hour stream they watch my 17-hour stream. I've never done coke, but they watch my 17-hour stream instead of doing cocaine. Why? It's because their drive, the needed excitement and inspiration is hooking onto something that has more depth than a quick little snort, right? Is able to offer. So I don't know what you might want to add to that, but I think that Cadell is a literal, like there's guys in my life who aren't going to be inspired by me, that they will be inspired by Cadell. But the thing is there's also guys and gals in our lives who won't be inspired by either of us. And so the point is to have enough different ways of being that are modeling and prioritizing these kinds of things that we're talking about and this kind of lifestyle, so that people can have their drive and desire economies, their libidinal economy, reoriented to make video games unsatisfactory, to make Netflix boring. It is boring, man. I do it, but it's boring. It takes weed to make it enjoyable, right? It literally does. I need it. I need some right now if I'm going to enjoy myself later just doing dumb things, right? Which is fine because that's recreational activities. But as Adorno points out, what is recreational? You're recreating. The recreational recreates what? Labor power. It's getting you ready to go back to work. That's boring eventually. Yeah.
I just want to say there's no mystery about why I didn't succeed in sports. I just was not good enough. It's just not a mystery. But yeah, let's go to Gail. Go to Gail next. But I just want to say one thing to what I think central to what both of you are talking here and bringing up is I think, and this is how I basically increasingly brand Philosophy Portal is we're just drowning in bullshit immediacy. And we've lost the capacity to conceptually mediate. So we I think that when you're talking about modeling and like being types of thinkers or types of actors who are inspiring to others, it's just there's no one way to do it other than you have resisted the temptations of immediacy and you found a way to conceptually mediate. And that's inspiring because again, that's just what we're drowning in, and I think people have lost the capacity for that, lost the orientation for that. So, go ahead, Gail.
Well, thank you. I would like to say words on the comments and Timenergy, but before that, a word on words. I like that you say Scole. I didn't know about that. Active leisure time towards higher human ends. It reminds me of school programs, like in program children as a cog in the social operating system or as a variable in the social computer. Sacrifice, the original terms means make sacred. And capital comes from Latin caput capitis, the head. So because they were using the kettle as a unit of value. It didn't matter if the kettle was in poor health or anything. It was a unit, and that's the same today. Doesn't matter if your banknote is dirty or anything. It's the unit, which links to symmetric exchange, which links to liability. Because when you buy a hot dog, you drop the banknote on the table. You don't need to have a human connection. The liability is over once the exchange is complete. Hot dog versus banknote. But it doesn't work that way in communities or reciprocal exchange, asymmetric exchange, which leads to a perpetual social debt. You mentioned David Graeber. So that brings social glue, that brings reciprocity, reciprocal behavior, and that could be used as a way to foster accountability at the horizontal level for a more decentralized society. So I would like to mention Daniel Schmachtenberger in California. His blog Civilization Emerging. He has got a tremendous blog post on capital. And it has been mentioned that it was the ultimate driver of society, challenged by the religious drive as well, which is expressed by the market and based on the archetypes of greed and fear of scarcity. About the comments, I would like to mention that Cadell, you've been talking about the family and the state, so in terms of scales, but also in terms of relationship. In the UN, it's more about the stakeholders, which is civil society, private sector, state actors and stuff like that. So it's another grid to see that stuff. They're pushing for multi-stakeholder solutions, obviously. I believe that the community is the one, because it's at the center of various human dynamics. One that I mentioned, symmetric, asymmetric exchange, but also group and networks. Groups are what we are seeing now, like a city, a state. There is an in-group, out-group dynamic, and it's us versus them. of a network thrives on diversity and personal connection. And you can go cross boundaries. That notion of boundary is essential to me, because it's not only separating with like your eardrum, it's also connecting two different spaces. So I believe that communities, if we can find a way to have a scale-independent infrastructure, because obviously it's based on trust, and trust is lost with the size. So we need to find a way to replicate the small communities, but from the local to the global. And there is that concept of social scalability that I have been introduced to by a blockchain theoretician. It's basically how to overcome the cognitive limitations on living in a large-scale society. Law is one mechanism for the state meta system. Money is one for the market system. But so we need also to find social scalability mechanism for the kind of collaborative network. And my experience of Timenergy, so I was successful professionally in my early days, but I was working in a politics environment, and I got really disgusted by the narrow-mindedness of politicians. I was making decentralized events, and it was very successful, but for some political reason, that to change our plans. And so everybody was, left extremely disgusted, and we lost our energy. So we were left with a lot of time, but no energy. So I was like for a few years working in kitchens or as an extension of a machine in a factory, doing the most basic stuff. And to the point that my vision was clouded to, I couldn't see anything else. And I said, okay, I'm going to die here. So I said, okay, I need to take action. So I wrote down the most basic, what is my energy, my essence, on a paper. And I took action, and I bought myself boots to be straight in my boots. And 2 days later, I was mentored by a central banker. So my entire social framework changed from working in a factory to being at the top of a high-rise building with central bankers and CEOs and stuff like that. And lately, last year, that happened again, another move from being a local guy to a guy at the UN. And so how I'm getting there is like when I am in the present moment. My understanding, I might be wrong, but that's my experience. I take a lot of mushrooms. And so I'm a panpsychist. That's how you say. Cadell won't talk to me anymore. That's a rift between us. So I believed in the multiverse, that the present moment is actually the only moment, and billions of frames, static frames, that we share and stuff. So for me, I can get in my energy and my time when I'm right in the present. It requires faith. When I lose faith, I'm back into the time energy of the MVP. So
DMT?
yes. So yes, it's a subjective experience. I don't say it's universal, but it tends to apply to my life experience.
Just one little thing is just to say I love where you're coming at this all from. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd have the same reasons for wanting to disagree over panpsychism or not. Like, I feel like that's a whole conversation maybe to get into when we're just hanging out sometime, maybe, because it's very interesting stuff. I'm a speciesist, species supremacist, cosmic racist. As Nance put it recently, which is meant to be a little provocative, but it's also just to really drive the point home. Like this is about humans for me. Like, I care about humans. They're suffering. Okay, animals too, but you know what? They're lower maintenance. Animals are lower maintenance. We can keep them happy. Cows can be their lives can be better, still feed us. Like, that kind of thing. But also, that doesn't run counter to panpsychism. And there's all kinds of ways of developing ethics out of panpsychism. and still bringing in, for instance, you could be a panpsychist and still do the Heidegger's Dasein analysis. There's all kinds of ways. And so there's no fundamental contradiction there. But the one about symmetrical exchange is something that is a slippery slope into horizontalism, which becomes these endless meetings where every person who's got any stake in the thing can talk as much as anybody else, and they don't really have skin in the game, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's ethics, right? Yeah, the slippery slope into that. But what I want to say about symmetrical exchange is just like, I love Levinas with Graeber, his debt, with Baudrillard through Mauss, right? Like, I don't think. Yeah, no, I know. I'm gonna do the normie breakdown here in a sec. But like this, just so everyone knows where I'm coming at this from, right? But Baudrillard's whole approach to things, I say Mauss, you don't need to know. He's an anthropologist. He thinks about the gift and gift exchange. And this is where Graeber gets all of that, talking about debt and primordial debt. And the idea that all communities and every socius, like they have like their foundational kinds of debt. And of course you have like a kind of debt to your parents. Can never be symmetrical. This is the Levinasian point, this is the Graeberian point, this is the Baudrillardian point, is that symmetrical exchange is capital. Now, of course, it's asymmetrical because there's those who own, and then there's who own nothing but their labor power, and they exchange it for wages. That's the asymmetrical part. But the dollar and the exchange value, the form of value itself, is this idea of pure equalness before the dollar sign, right? As long as you've got the amount of money, you have the access to the thing. And everything has been reduced onto this flat plane of equivalency by the law of value. And so I think that you could still work with that and you're fine. And you'll probably have a great response to it. But I just wanted to flag it as this is why Baudrillard is so important for me, is because he's saying we don't get to have symbolic exchange, which is always this disproportionate, you can never pay back. And so what you do is you accumulate wealth just enough to throw a big party and now everyone's indebted to you. But they can't pay you back with the exact same thing, but they'll get you back some way. And that's where real relationships form, is through unequal, like exuberant expenditure, right? And the church institutionalized that with these giant, beautiful churches at some point, but also feudal lords would throw giant feasts and the beggars were invited too, right? And so there's always this way of paying back until capital. And then you sort of get it in the nonprofit sector, like with philanthropy and such. But the Baudrillardian point is that capital is really good. And this is, you got this right. Capital is really good at giving us a sense of like, we're actually indebted to the system. Everything cool I've ever experienced was within capitalism. And I do feel some kind of a debt to the system. And I want to keep air conditioning and the internet. So I'm just like this domesticated captive of this machine, right? But symbolic exchange is this real thing. And then there's this simulation of it in capitalism. And then we get this idea of equivalency before the law of value. A lot of terminology, a lot of technical shit. I don't even understand it. This is part of the ultimate project, is for me to be able to develop that and write that book later, blah, blah, blah. Mikey's the guy who'll be teaching me Baudrillard next year at Theory Underground. But that's symmetricals. The point where Levinas comes in here, and I am teaching him in August, is that the infinity of the other, and this is the real ethics. The basis of all real ethics is just that the reason you want to kill the other is because you don't know what to do with them and they're a threat to your existence, in the sense that they're a big question mark. They can intervene. You want to control for that. And so we put them in little pigeonholes. We put them in little boxes. We put them in little categories, with us or against us. And it's a way of trying to shelter the little ego that's insecure in the world and facing the elements. And the experience, the existential experience that Levinas is going off of, is the terror in the night. As a baby without language, when you're screaming because the mom can't comfort you after a certain point because there's more terror in the infinite expanse of the universe and just the horror of existence. It's not death, it's existing that's terrifying for the child, he says, as a response to Heidegger. We, and Lacan's good about this, we're prematurely born. We need nurture. This is one of the fundamental things femininity provides that capitalism negates, and we want to act like it doesn't exist. But nurture is the most important thing in our experience, and how we get nurtured in our early years, right? There's no way to be square with that debt. And the same would go to the larger society. How do you be square with a society that's made it so you can have pencils that you could never make on your own? How, everything's been so specialized. You could never make any of these things yourself. This is what Arendt is talking about in The Human Condition with socialization. And so, yeah, infinite debt and the absolute inability to ever pay it back is sort of the fundamental bedrock of the human condition that gets erased through this idea that we can be square with the other. I've paid my dues to society. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. We're square. Like, he kind of plays on that idea, I think, because it's in the 60s, and people were talking about that.
Asymmetry is absolute. Asymmetry is absolute.
That's kind of where I'm getting to. Yeah, and
Symmetry is death drive.
Yeah, so that's just the word that I want to kind of like qualify. You can do whatever you like with it, but I just wanted to make sure to kind of say this is the whole side of Theory Underground that hasn't really surfaced yet because I'm still learning so much of it. But to me, it's been a real, like, it's more of a problem than I have a solution for it. But it's like, yeah, asymmetry is like an absolute limit or real. Yeah.
Asymmetry is an absolute real. Like, you all have symmetry when you're dead. And the desire for symmetry is the desire to stop thinking. Like, you have to think through the negativities of asymmetry. This is fundamental. And at least to me. And like, at least when I'm thinking through, like, let's take, for example, to me, what your mega project is, since I've known you, is the social scalability of trust. Right? Like, that's the fundamental thing, right? Like, and so, like, how would I start to think about the social scalability of trust? Like, one of the interesting things, I don't know if we went together to an art museum. I don't know if it was us, but I saw, like, this idea that money is antitrust. Like, this idea that like, and this is like in relationship to like in hunter-gatherer societies, the societies were small enough scale that trust didn't need money to mediate exchange. Who's next? Raven? Yeah. Raven, are you next?
She's got to be, or she'll fall asleep. If she's
Ravens, what's going on over there? Yeah, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but this is the time to wake me up or else
okay.
I will fall.
Okay, let me just say a quick thing about the social scalability of trust.
Okay.
Okay, you've got 15 minutes, Raven.
But I think it's related to your what you're working through, Owen, with Borders, Babies, and Brilliance. So, like, and boobies,
and barbecue,
right? And barbecue,
and beers,
all of that.
Beers.
Like, I disagree with the idea that community is some special entity apart from everything else. Like, I think it has to be understood on the level of the individual that confronts sexual difference, that sexual difference nested within a community, that community nested within the state, and then the interrelations between states. And then in all of those dimensions, there's a fundamental asymmetry that has to be reconciled with in order for, in some sense, on the level of the individual, you have to reconcile yourself with death. You have to reconcile yourself with finitude. On the level of sexual difference, you have to reconcile yourself with the other. That you can't reproduce yourself without the other. And the basis of trust socially, to me, I don't. And this is, I guess, where I start sounding kind of religious, but where you'd think I'd have some sympathy with the traditional religious point of view, which is, I don't think we can scale social trust unless people are having long-term sexual relationships. Like, if you don't have long-term sexual relationships, I don't see how trust is possible. Like, and I even that's
all of us together.
No, like some sort of pair bonding. Like, and even if you haven't learned how to pair bond with someone who's your equal, then I don't know if, like, you can then build higher than that. Like, that's the first, like, you got to get that right before you go higher to the community level. So you go individual reconciliation with death, reconciliation with sexual difference. Then there's asymmetries there. Like, one of the reasons why it's hard for the sexes to reconcile with each other is because there's asymmetries there. Like there are certain things that the man, like inherent sexual differences. And then maybe you could have a community between people who have reconciled with sexual difference. And then maybe you would have communities that could be providing some civic outlet for the state. And then maybe you'd have a state that could navigate or intermediate relations with other states or something like that. But at each level, there's asymmetries that you have to reconcile with. That's all. That's I don't know if you wanted to say anything to that, but it would go to Raven otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this has kind of been the model. The idea of the monogamous pair bond being the foundation of family. Then on top of that, you end up with a local civic society. You have trust-based bonds. And obviously with kind of, I guess, there's been an undermining of this institution of monogamy in the West. I think that, yeah, it's interesting to be rethinking monogamy as a kind of political and cultural project once again. The way that I think about it is this was one of the kind of the things that we've gotten for free based on our inheritance from Christianity. Christianity imposed monogamy onto the pagans of Europe and also banned cousin marriage and glorified the romantic pair bond between men and women. And there's a strong argument to be made that this was one of the foundational properties of necessary for the emergence of feminism. This concept of man and woman coming together in a union that's sanctified by God, where they are supposed to be in an honorable relationship, eye to eye with one another. And this is interesting because it kind of comes back to what we were saying about Islam. And the kind of spiritual tensions between a Christian kind of dialectical process in the West versus the Islamic process and whatever that Islamic consciousness is going through historical time, is this gender, this response to sexual difference in the Western mind versus in the Islamic culture. Simone and Malcolm Collins, they did a recent episode about these red pill guys, and they're like saying, they're like, look, these guys are glorifying the Islamic concept of femininity. Andrew Tate, and they want, this idea of like the dainty, decorative woman who is cloistered inside of the home and serves the man. Whereas the concept of the American woman, if you look at frontiers women, pioneering women, even in English society, were women who stood by their husbands and actually worked in the home and managed property, managed the estate, managed the institutions. You can look into, history of intellectuals during the Enlightenment, and there was often a female counterpart to a lot of the intellectual work that was being done. And it was also part of the reason why women even invested in feminism, because they were producing intellectual work and they had to produce it under their husbands' names. They weren't able to seek recognition for this, and this was part of the motivation. So I think that, for me, my investment in the Western historical process has been a lot about the way that gender has been worked on for hundreds and hundreds of years to finally get to this point where there's a general cultural attitude, even among secular people who don't even have deep thoughts about sex or gender, that there is recognition that, I'm a woman and I can be in this space and I can share my thoughts and that I can be among men.
And we need to preserve this.
And we need to preserve this.
But that's what's at stake with the low level. I use the example of Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate here, because it's not Jordan Peterson himself who's promoting this, but Jordan Peterson's closest collaborators go Orthodox, and then Andrew Tate goes Islam. What's at stake here is that they don't know what to do with sexual difference, and they're trying to put women back in the box. Like, I talk to young guys who are going Orthodox, and one of their reasoning is, well, in Orthodoxy you can't get divorced. And they're pissed off because in Protestantism you can get divorced.
Yeah.
right? So they want a woman that they can control. They want a woman that's not going to leave them. They want a woman where they don't actually have to contend with the other.
Yeah.
Because it's too much of a radical asymmetry.
Yeah, exactly.
So they want to erase the woman they want to depersonalize the woman. And this is the stakes of the modern liberal state.
Yeah.
We want to sublate we want to keep feminism. But then the question is, how do we open up the conversation? Like, I think, like, actually I'm walking an interesting path because me and my partner both have careers. Like, me and my partner, we're both around the same age. Like, I think these are important variables. We're both within a 5-year, like, we're in a 5-year age gap with each other. Relevant. We have the relatively same educational level. We both care about our careers and would like to preserve our careers, and we'd both like to be able to continue exploring our creativity in our careers, and we would like to be able to have a family and raise children, right? And in some sense, that model, like, it's a generic enough model that I feel like that's the simple atom that we need to be able to do that better than the fundamentalist religious people. And if we do that better than the fundamentalist religious people, we win the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Because the men who are tempted to the regressive religious theocracy stuff, they're just doing it because they want to avoid all the problems that have been opened up by modern feminism. And I'm saying, no, we have to accept all of the problems of modern feminism, and we need to find a way to be harmonious. We have to have harmonious sexual difference. How do we do harmonious sexual difference between the sexes that are fully both liberated? Is that desirable? Is that a possible project?
Well, I mean, I think so. And I think it's having an existential project, which could just be the creation of children. But I think for me, it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
I think that's where kind of thinking the new sphere, for example, is an example for me of, like, this existential container of mystery, something that still needs to be thought. Like, what is our evolutionary process? Where are we going? What is this interaction between the kind of unleashing of symbols into the world to kind of create this planetary global intelligence? What is our relation to that? Like, these kinds of questions, a future-oriented perspective, and an open mind about what the religious and spiritual implications of this may be, rather than a regressive attitude that seeks to keep these negativities out of the process of thought. I think this is the kind of orientation that a pair bond, or actually more so a dynasty structure or a family structure that's working on an intergenerational level, can be oriented towards. And I think that there's lots of different levels of thinking this. There is the more existential view of thinking at the immensity of change that's not only been happening in our lifetimes, but, in our parents' lifetimes, our grandparents' lifetime, and our great-grandparents' lifetimes, basically since, the Enlightenment and the birth of the Industrial Revolution. But this is continuing to go on. And when we're looking at AI and demographic change and the fact that our systems, the institutions of the printing press era, are decaying and declining, we're looking at radical kinds of shifts and change. And I actually do believe that we need to take an active role in shaping, I think you were saying, thrusting ourselves into the future. If we don't do that, then we're leaving blind systems of capital, a repetition of these kind of decaying spirals that have been moving throughout our historical process to just continue to undermine our agency, our collective agency. And I think one of the biggest things that you can do in just the immediate life in which we are cultivating is to work on relation.
Yeah.
Work on relation and work on an intergenerational project at the level of sexual difference. And
because you'll always have spiritual people talk about relation, it's about relation, not objects, or they say it's about body, we have to be embodied. But as soon as you mention, like, penises and vaginas, they, like, get red in the face. Like, as soon as you mention sexual difference, they get red in the face.
Yeah, they do that.
It's about sexual difference, and it's about the body on that level.
Yeah, or they just think that sex is something that can just be traded without any consequence. There's these two.
Sex positivity.
Yeah, the sex positivity.
I think that's the zero level. We need a secular notion of sex negativity to counter what I think the counterculture's presupposition was wrong. Sex positivity. I think it's wrong. And that was just a reaction against the idea in the Abrahamic traditions of sex negativity with original sin.
Mm-hmm.
The people in the Abrahamic traditions, they have a concept of sex negativity, and that's their power.
Just add, well, like piggybacking off of that as a sort of segue here. 60s was a reaction to a generation that was broken from a war, right? And so this is, like people didn't know how to be families, and they were like, there was this commodified suburbanite vision with the white picket fence, and it was bullshit. It was made up. It wasn't even part of the American dream. It wasn't that pioneer lifestyle. It wasn't that working together lifestyle. And so you had all these women who are like going from being like, they're part of something in the household, and then they're part of something in the factories while the men are away. And then all of a sudden, they're just not part of anything anymore.
Yeah, they're in suburbia doing drugs, basically pharmaceuticals.
So they started doing speed. And then a whole generation of kids were like, what, we're supposed to be like that, man? Fuck that. I don't want to be like that at all. And so I think these questions that you're raising about intergenerationality kind of go well with the idea of natality, right? As opposed to being unto death, like the coming into the new. And of course, like the primordial experience of that is actual birth, like literal birth, but then there's also the analogous, but more than just analogous, kind of birthing that is intellectual and artistic projects, right? And that's also a labor of love, and it's also trying to shape something that will outgrow you, right? Like all of them. The thing about individualism that stays in consumerism and identity curation is that you think you have control over that legacy, where a child is going to become its own thing. Theory Underground, Philosophy Portal, they will become more than and maybe unrecognizable someday. That's the risk. And the thing is, with a child, they're not gonna be what you want them to be, And this is the if we homeschool them off the grid and hide them from the internet, then maybe we could get them to be in our little thing, and then they won't change. And it's like, well, I mean, I grew up in that. Didn't really work. I mean, I was like, hell no. Very, very early on, I was like, this is not going to cut it. But if they had a lot more money and time, maybe it would have worked out. Who knows? Then I wouldn't be here. But maybe that is the solution. Maybe it's not. I have the last chapter in Timenergy before the afterward. The afterward's the most important part. But the last chapter's called, like, is homeschooling the answer? And the answer is like, well, it's not the answer, and it might be really important. I do want to do it myself within reason. But this is where it's really interesting that we're all having this conversation and that you're both here with the Dark Renaissance, is that, Philosophy Portal is its own thing, Theory Underground is its own thing. It's very strange that the two of us have as much in common as we do, even though we're so different. When it comes to those commonalities, it's like, having a loving relationship with an amazing woman who supports your project is one of the hardest things to find in this world. And the fact that we both have that behind us, and that our partners want children with us, that they don't just see us as like a prop for their own individual consumer project, but they're also like, hey, let's actually do a contradictory synthesis and see what comes of that. Like, let's talk about a real project together. I fucking love it, man. And I don't think the conditions for this conversation are in almost any spaces, because most people into theory, they're just all like, oh, antinatalist, or even if they're not, like they haven't found a way to make that politically relevant to understand most people will want that. And if you don't want that, then back in the day, you would have been a nun or a monk. And today, you're supposed to...
Or a pirate or a whore.
Or a pirate or a whore. Hey, actually, there we go. Yeah.
That's us.
And now it's just pirates and whores everywhere, right? Exactly. Yeah, but they're
now it's pirates
monkish and nunnish about their piracy and whoring, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say I think we have to go from a culture of followers to children, and the difference between followers and children is that children will differentiate from you, right? Where followers are just basically reified identities. And then the other general point is, I think we need to, in the building a culture of mediation, I think what I try to defend is not just long-term relationality within sexual difference, but long-term relationships are inherently valuable.
Mhm.
Because only in long-term relationships can you see yourself mirrored back in the other in a way that sort of people can see the depth of your historical self in a way that you can't see it yourself. So I think those two dimensions, like a culture that goes from followers to children, and followers are being, and a culture of followers is sort of pandering to a culture of immediacy. So it's again like followers and immediacy to children and mediation, and within that nested the inherent value of long-term relationality.
It's interesting to see that intersect with the problem of divorce, right? And this discussion that actually what the Orthodox are attracted to is the fact that you can have a long-term relationship that you can't get out of. But no, it's no risk, and it's instantiated by a central church. But presumably, once upon a time, that central church went, well, this is going to do a lot of good for a lot of people, so let's force them into it. So now it becomes this: do we willfully choose that, as opposed to imposing it as a doctrinal thing?
I'm just going to hold on one sec before. I think Timothy should go next. And one thing I just want to say is great to have self-professed pirates and whores who are for babies. For babies and for a society that's pro-baby. I just think that that's exactly what I've been complaining about not existing. We do need people who are in that position to understand.
That's why they're packing.
So in that sense,
That's
you know,
true.
Awesome. And then we'll go Timothy.
I'm gonna say one more thing because I just want to follow up on this. I've been thinking about this, like, you know, historical process of working out different tensions, and I think one of the things that in the monogamous relationship and the fact that in the Christian traditions, men and women have been forced to figure out how to live together and work together, and they were bound by kind of economic necessity, and also through these projects of moving into the frontiers and et cetera, et cetera. Even within the context of Protestantism, where they could get divorced, they did maintain families and they did have offspring, and they did take over the frontier and move into the American West and all over the world. This, I think, has meant that in Western culture writ large, there has been this processing of the negativity of sex that has kind of had has had this broader implication for the way that culture has evolved, and even how secularism has fostered itself and has been made self-evident in the West. And I think that, you know, with these reactionary kind of incel guys, they are going into a regressive state where they're confusing their own castration, their own loss with a lack, and then projecting that onto women as if they have taken it away from them. And exactly. This is an impotent position. It is a weak position, and it is embarrassing in the face of the progress of Western dialectical processes on the level of sex and the level of the contradiction of sex, because it is, and same thing with women. And I think especially this age group that you were pointed out, Cadell, of like between 30 and 50, these women have also rejected this exact same process of working in this tension with men.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is why I think right now it is so important for men and women to both do their work in men's spaces and women's spaces, but for there to be a clear and conscious movement of alliance, and that the pair bond, the sex-based monogamous pair bond, is one of these political forefronts.
And I just want to add before we go to Timothy that I think that what you're emphasizing there with the incel misrecognizing castration, I think symbolic castration is the structural term we can use to replace original sin. Structural castration is a more scientific and psychoanalytic term, obviously, and we don't need to get weighed down with the discourse of sin. I think the discourse of sin can pollute children's minds on some level, but we do need to reconcile with castration, and yeah, that's important.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to bring a few points about... First, I think all those 30, 50 ladies, they're most of them without men. And yeah, I'm wondering what kind of spiritual container we can create so that men and women can actually mediate their negativity and their mother and father wounds, basically. Because So the Christian church was forcing them into it. What you were saying, Raven, is that the Protestant managed to actually maintain long-term relationship without being forced. And do you have an idea of like how do they actually train or equip the couples so that they can maintain this bond without like external constraint of the sacred marriage?
Well, until the kind of boom of the Industrial Revolution, or even, I mean, I'm thinking really in an American historical context, that there was a post-war period that allowed for individualization and for men and women to kind of atomize. And there's also the feminist movement on the level of women being recognized as being able to own property. So there were other forms of like economic and state-based kind of sex-based divisions that meant that there was a reason for women to get married to men in order to have status and recognition in society. But then there were other more existential things that people were dealing with at the time, that they wanted to move into the frontier, that they wanted to produce new communities, that, you know, there were other orientations that were motivating people to work together and create strong bonds.
Yeah. I think this idea of like birthing creative artistic projects with your partner, and at the same time a family, should be like a model and to which that we could create as an inspiration for others. But how could we define like the right set and setting that makes this possible? Like, because not everyone is ready to do psychedelics, psychoanalysis, and spirituality to the depth of maybe you've been doing. So how can we actually scale this, make it more mainstream? Regarding scaling and trust, there's a quote from a friend of mine, Richard Bartlett, who says that you need to scale at the speed of trust. And I think this is valid for projects, and it's also valid for the what you were describing, Cadell, like couple, family, community, city, state. And within projects, I think just respecting this notion of trust and coordinating towards its evolution, I think is a good compass. I wanted to bring some other stuff. Yeah, that's a question for you, Cadell. Like the interstate relationship. How do you prevent? Because the EU was this in the beginning. It was like an agreement, a collaboration around coal. So how do you prevent this interstate relationship to kind of deviate towards a meta structure like what the EU is today? I think this was, yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that question about the EU?
So how do you avoid that the interstate relationships that you were talking about before don't deviate towards something like the EU, which for me is a failed interstate collaboration?
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Why is the EU a failure?
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's I think the EU is a tremendous success.
It was. It was.
I think the EU is a world historic success if you consider that it's that Europe was in World War in like the early 20th century. The relationship between but the relationship between states in Europe was not good. They were killing each other. So and there hasn't been any interstate. To me, it's a success if the states are not going to war with each other. You have a problem when the states are going to war with each other.
But maybe they should, because now we have a mental health crisis everywhere. I'm saying that this argument from every person at the EU that I meet, from the EU Commission, saying that the EU is amazing because we have no war, is bullshit. It's like, it's too weak. You can't justify everything by saying...
I want to just say, man, like, not only do I agree with you, but also Nance just said it in the background. He's like, we outsourced the wars to Africa, right?
Asian barbarians, as Nietzsche says.
Yeah, that's like, so, I mean, the point is like, it was, I think Cadell's right. It took a terrible situation and it made something that worked. But now we're in a new phase of history. The question is what worked about it that can work in our time? Right? And then what's going to be different? Like, I think that is kind of where the question's coming from. That's how I take it. And the biggest problem for me is like the liberal, progressive, blue side of things is just going to say, kind of, and I know this is not what you mean, but they're going to say also, people just need to trust us. People just need to trust the media. People just need to trust the politicians. People just need to trust the medical establishment. People need to trust the teachers. Fuck that shit, man. We're not gonna. It's done. And so, I mean, and this is where the populist part gets something right. We're over that. We're post that. The trust-based models is not going to work. Now, I think people feel very called to do something about that situation. And the way they usually respond to that situation is saying, well, you should trust us. And, oh, look at these conspiracy theorists who don't trust us. Look at these populist rebel rousers who don't trust us. My starting point now as a operating assumption for the last 4 years has been to just be like, we live in a post-trust society. You can be a realist about the situation, reconcile with that situation, and then talk about what comes next. But what comes next has to sublate this idea that we cannot, and I would even go so far as to say, should not trust institutions unless the institutions do something to be so different that everyone, whether they're pro-life or pro-choice, can go, okay, we can work with that. If you can't get people who fundamentally distrust one another to invest trust in an institution, and that institution just says, oh no, we got our people on the left or the right-hand side, then we're screwed. And right now, the state and the society and capital and the church all have their various relationships to different institutions that are, for the most part, coded blue or red, left or right, right? And that's, for instance, obviously, the education system is thought of as blue and liberal and progressive.
Make sure you're not bringing United States
and the church.
Topography.
No, but I do, and I'm a United States supremacist because the United States is the center of power in the world for now, until you do something about the Cadell. But for now, we are exporting our norms onto everything else. The wokery that you deal with in Poland, and we had one of our events canceled because we're doing stuff with Nina and whatnot. Well, guess what? That's not from Poland. That's from America. And that's from the two-party American system. And so this trust in education, so I mean, we can unpack it and add some complexity in a second, but to get the point through, I just want to say, like, there are right-wingers trusting the military, and there are left-wingers trusting the education system. And that basically the Althusserian, the apparatuses of, you got the repressive apparatus on the one side, well, that's generally going to be conservative. And the ideological apparatuses are mostly liberal, except for some churches, which are all, if they are, they're not probably not hegemonic. That's how you say that. All of that is to say, I want people to reconcile with the post-trust situation and then develop real solutions. And for now, I just don't think there are any. But I know that this is going to get Gail excited, but we'll
I just want to say something that could sublate the position that Cadell was saying about, like, we need Europe. I'm a big fan of Europe. I'm an enemy of Brussels.
Oh, for real?
Of the Commission, of the institution. Like, the level of corruption and the involvement from external states has been proved again and again, and it's like they're against the people. So the concept of Europe, I totally agree, but Brussels and its state today, this is really bad. And I think that since the Bretton Woods Agreement, yes, we left the war, but we jumped into like some kind of capitalistic hyper exchange. We replaced war by commercial exchange and massive mental health crisis. So it's like, how do we go? Well, actually, then a little war sometimes, then a little wars here and there.
That started the 20th century, and I think that's the other side of the case for why there's been peace in Europe.
The lack of
guys,
arming.
Hold on, really quick. I would like this to be over in 5 minutes. I know
really?
No.
We have an hour.
We have a whole hour?
Yeah, like I wanted to bring attention to that.
I want to go on a walk. I want to keep talking. But the point is in my experience with facilitating philosophical events for the last 12 years, there's a point when everyone wants to talk at the same time, and that's usually the point to cut the shit off. It's the quilting of the reel. So if we have another hour, I hope that's an hour for everyone to talk at the same time, because at this point, everyone wants to talk, but I don't think everyone wants to hear any one person talk anymore, or you wouldn't all be talking at the same time. So
that's the thing.
Let's, in the last 20, maybe 30, maybe 50 minutes. Let's all take turns though, and then
Can I
we'll
just
let
do
Timothy
a
finish.
few points?
I think we should have we'll let Timothy finish, but I think after Timothy finishes, then maybe we should just do a quick closing.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go quick, and I want to talk about what Dimitri brought about the goal of philosophy. I think we talk about drawing into the bullshit of immediacy, and you talk about this also, Dave, in Timenergy. There's something that is not being brought up, is our addiction to the screens, how they're being designed to address our reptilian brains and our nervous systems and their level of fragmentation and the trauma that actually, the different level of traumatized nervous system we have. And I want to connect this with what you were talking, Cadell, and you, Joyce, in terms of the hierarchy in the commons space, that we should put the people that have the highest capacity to hold tension at the highest. And I think this is brilliant. Holding intensity is a skill that is super important, but there's a privileged blind spot there in the sense that those people, to be at that place, it means you've done shitload of psychedelics, psychoanalysis, and that you had the time and the money.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
Not
For me, that's
necessarily.
you did a lot of healing, which
I see a lot of people in psychedelics and psychoanalysis can bypass social negativity.
Of course, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying if you do this, you are. We're talking about the hierarchy in the commons. It's different.
Running companies is on a profit.
Yeah, it's money optimization.
Is like basically the capacity to hold social negativity.
But this is important. The other point I wanted to bring is like.
But I'm saying psychedelics doesn't necessarily lead to the capacity to hold social negativity.
I didn't say this. I say that to get there, it's not because you do psychedelics that you can, but to get there, it can really help. So another point I wanted to say about the private versus the public is that for me, democracy is dead today.
Absolutely.
And that if we want to change something, at least that's the stance I'm taking, we need to address the corporate and the private sector and actually try to make those people a paradigm shift and evolve on a spiritual level. And yeah, this thing from Daniel Schmachtenberger, who actually compare activist, researcher, and businessman. Like the researcher has the love and the intellectual power, and the intellectual, but not the power. The businessman has the power and the mind, but not the love. And the activist has the love and the power, but not the mind. So it can be a useful frame. And yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Cadell, you were saying that in this commons place, the tensions that needs to be overcome are different than in the more private space. And I'm curious about what you meant about that. As you know, I spent 10 years in the decentralized spaces looking at the different blind spots.
I missed the question. Tension to be overcome is different than the private space?
So you were saying that the nature of overcoming tensions within a commons group is of a different nature than within a corporate environment. And
because of the profit maximization versus the goal maximization that Joris pointed out.
Yeah, and so it's more difficult in a commons place.
Because you've got to actually negotiate and talk about desire.
Yeah, okay. Well, exactly. And this connects to all the blind spots of decentralized organizations, and I've been ranking them. Number one, shadow hierarchy, so denying that this is daddy issues, basically. Number two, unclear boundaries, the capacity to make explicit action, to assume leadership in an explicit way. Number three, decision paralysis, you were talking about it, Joris. Number four, conflict avoidance. Also, this is huge in common space. And the last one, toxic power games. And so I think we need to find a way to actually, address, for me, again, psychoanalysis, mommy and daddy issues within these commons space. And I will finish by sharing something that I don't agree with you, Dave, saying that money can actually open the road to Timenergy. I do personally have money, time. I have money, but I don't have the time and energy. In the last 3 years, I haven't taken a real holiday. And I think that it's not because you have money that necessarily you get a quality time energy. And for me, it's like introducing the notion of constraints. And also it's connected to digital nomadism in the sense that those people that move around, there's a geographical dimension that if you work everywhere, every time, even if you have money, you're burned out and you feel you have no time. And
I mean, that's basically the point of my book, but my point is that
I didn't make this pen. I didn't make this paper. I didn't build this house that Joris has opened to us. It's taken money to be able to make it so I can use these things. And that's all I mean. But it's not to say that it's a necessary condition for now is not to say that it's a sufficient condition
It's
for now,
necessary,
but also exactly necessary, not sufficient, but also maybe not necessary in the future.
Okay.
Also, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say.
But 100%, you're right. Yeah.
I just wanted to say last thing about how you guys with Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground, by having to escape the classic institutions to actually protect truth and like honest inquiry, you need to be a businessman or work in Amazon. And I think that this is a truth filter for thinkers today, which is interesting. How much are you ready to sacrifice for truth? And I also think it can be an enabler in the sense that you have less time, but you're thinking better. So your level of quality and productivity is like way better than anyone in the university. So what I meant by that is that I remember you, Cadell.
And we have richer conversations. People in the universities, their conversation level is pathetic.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember you saying like, I was a philosopher, now I'm a businessman. And I think that it's a momentary, but now maybe you won your independence of like business.
I don't like doing business. Nope. That's
I
why.
know, but you like thinking freely more.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Business is the way I can keep the drive alive at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
One thing I want to respond to Timothy is that I think
My microphone. No, I'll hand it over in a second. But yeah, Gail, I think maybe you get a quick little, because in a sense, like I know that you sparked up at the trust thing, and I am very interested to hear what you have to say on that. But he has to say one thing.
I think we should try to discipline ourselves and try to use the final hour to both get Luke and Yoska their time to speak, and as well as just a closing moment for people. I think we're strong enough to have an hour, and then we have more informal with food and stuff after. So we're an hour away from a more informal time with food. So if we can hold out for that, I think it's worth it.
Think of it as 20.
But to me the only.
Can I just close on trust before?
Just to respond to Timothy, like, to me, the way I'm thinking right now is if you have the outbreak of war between nation states, that's a sign that the lower levels of the hierarchy have been significantly disturbed.
You're not on mic. Mike, sorry. Wait, no. Hold on in a bit. Follow. We'll do a follow. They can't hear you. Hold on. Notes. Take notes. What brains do. We have to take notes, everyone. All right.
And just and then the like, I totally agree about screen. Like, to me, technology, the most fundamental thing that we're dealing with is reconcile. We have to reconcile with screen being. Like, I don't think screen being's going away. Like, you look at people, like, everyone's on screens now, and I don't know what it means philosophically, but that's it's sort of the nature of our being now. In terms of how do we deal with shadow hierarchies, boundary formation, conflict avoidance, power games? I think it's not about psychedelics. It's not even about psychoanalysis. It's about you approaching those dimensions within a long-term sexual relationship itself. It can only be worked out there. There's no big other to save you from it. There's no big other, meaning if you don't take control of these dimensions, shadow hierarchies, boundary formation, conflict avoidance, power games, with your partner, you can't do it with others. No. That's where I am at right now. The couple is the ultimate shadow work container. Yeah.
Thank you. So before we turn it over to Luke, I just have to update the record because I don't work at Amazon now. So clap everybody. Yeah. So, I mean, after I got my master's, and I went into a lot of debt and I had to work to get it, whatever. It was like big PMC track job with a lot of internships and sacrifice to get salary eventually, or just chug along at the very bottom and see if I could get the project to where it needed to be. And the thing about Amazon is that it's an easy job to get. It's an easy job to transgress. I wrote my books in the bathrooms of Amazon. You know, it's very, very, it's very, like, they're very permissive. The culture is not so draconian. People make it out to be so bad. No, there's worse jobs. I've worked way worse jobs. And so anyway, all I'm saying is I did it so I could listen to audiobooks and just, you know, zone out and go write notes in the bathroom. And if I didn't do that for a couple of years before I wrote this book, I wouldn't have been able to write this book basically in a day, because it was the accumulation of my master's degree plus the thinking in the aftermath of that while working at Amazon. But, and this is my way of introducing Luke here, if it wasn't for him and a handful of other people being regular subscribers at Theory Underground, I would be working at Amazon right now. And so thank you. And it's really good to have a representative from that part of the world, in my world. You know, you're my real boss in a sort of sense, you know. So thank you, yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Great talks, everybody. I don't know really what to say. A lot of things came up, and I'm quite new to all philosophy, so most things went over my head, but I'm really looking forward to watching this again in the future. Yeah, what really interests me was the thing about necessary labor. Like, how do we determine what is necessary? Because I feel like nowadays, everything and nothing seems necessary. Like, yeah, I want my luxuries, etc. But then again, I can imagine a life where we don't have luxuries. And I would not really care one way or the other. That's the main thing that came up for me. So I'll keep this exchange very asymmetrical.
Yeah, I think same for me. But also, like, when you were talking about like the right and the left, and we all want different things, and we all blah blah blah, and then you talk about small minor things, and that just breaks up the whole conversation. And then you said, but if we just talk about the real things that matter, and then you named the TTTs, then I was like, but who decides what the real things are that matter? Or what does that, like, how do you grasp that? Or otherwise you just keep talking about, oh, but what do we have to talk about actually? Because you decided the TTTs, of course, but you're just a man.
First of all, you're like the USA state philosopher of the future, and Cadell's like the EU future state philosopher. How it looks like from now. That's my prediction.
I should have said it on this.
Yeah, that you're the future EU state philosopher. You're like Habermas but Hegelian, actually. Yeah, we had to import it, of course, like everything nowadays. Fucking hell. But to your question, how do we decide what's important? Well, we had an election last year, right? And every party in a country kept on repeating the same word, bestaanszekerheid. It's like security of existence. So there is a sense to which, it's funny, like, I don't know if has been an election that every party agrees so much on how fundamental it is, and now we're like, what, 6 months after the election, and there's like no cabinet and there's no plan, and the best prediction is that the cabinet's gonna hold for like 6 months. So these are, I completely agree with your this idea of American supremacy, or basically how Europe has cucked itself out to America. Like, nobody knows this, but America literally has a law that if ever like American generals are gonna get prosecuted in the hoe zeg je dat, internationaal gerechtshof, like, yeah, which is in The Hague, then America has the right to invade the Netherlands. And also, but I'm not
saying I want that. I'm just
no, but yeah, in the future we can talk about this when he's at the head of the EU and you are like. Okay. One more thing. So the Nord Stream pipeline that like the CIA exploded. Do you guys know about this? Well, like the Netherlands was actually partly a shareholder. It was like the property of the Dutch state, and then there was a conversation with our prime minister and a guy of Pijn van Houwelingen. It's like a far right guy, but doesn't matter. He asked like, hey, that's our property. Should we like view this as an like an how do you say it, like a vijandelijk the act of war like from the United States, that our property gets exploded? And you know what the prime minister said? He didn't even say anything. He just like scoffed at it. And that's like the state of not only the Netherlands but even like Germany, you know, with Merkel, and how like everything that the confederacy of the or the federation of the EU does is within the bounds of the United States. That's still very much the case. The EU specifically, not the whole of Europe. So yeah, that's yeah.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to add a little word on trust. And I actually tend to disagree that we live in a post-trust world. And why I say that confidently is that we tried out. And that was precisely the aim of the blockchain, to bypass human politics and have and transfer the trust in the human to trust into the system. That didn't work. It works for symmetric exchanges, for financial transactions, but it does not for community transactions or community relationships, which gives rise to shadow governance. And therefore hierarchies remain. And that's what I want to say. I'm not naive about trust. Trust is violent. It's an expression of vulnerability. And you cannot escape vulnerability. And therefore you need other people. That's what's in between the people that's more important. And with the digital transformation comes the question of how do we formalize this social capital, these informal interactions, these human elements that you cannot put a number on. And since we don't do anything about that, we don't have that reflection, that thought process, therefore we end up with a influencer-follower economy. An influencer follower economy. Because what takes precedence is the infrastructure. And right now we do have like a one-to-many type of communication system instead of a few-to-few. That's why I mentioned communities, because I believe they are an interesting place that where different dynamics can converge. I do agree that you still need to resolve asymmetries, but you will still need to resolve asymmetries anyway. So for me, that's not something that would tend to preclude the formation of such communities. But I like your quote as well, let's scale at the speed of trust. So it starts with trust in oneself, and then
A couple is the ultimate shadow work container. I think if we wait for everyone to be in a stable long-term sexual relationship before starting purpose-driven communities, we're going to wait for quite a while. So how can we already set the structures within communities today to facilitate this kind of inner work and collective shadow work?
Well, I guess just in response to that, I think at least both in response to the idea of scaling at the speed of trust, I think actually Dark Renaissance Productions has been doing that really well. We haven't been growing beyond what the core bonds in the center can handle. And as we're expanding the network, we're focusing a lot on forging bonds of loyalty. And expanding so that the actual ground of relation is the relation, not the identification with the name, which is really insignificant. That's just some sort of, I mean, there is something that has resonated with us about the term, but it's not where the purpose really lies, at least for me. I also think something interesting about the way that our organization is structured is both, Philip and David, who we work with, they have a strong pair bond, even though they're two men. And then, both Owen and I and Philip were all in stable, long-term monogamous relationships. And I think that does create an extremely strong core. And I've also noticed that in, at the Borderland camp that I was at last year, the couples in the group, even though there were just a few of them, they were able to provide so much central stability that if you just have a few strong couples, which in fact is like the beginning of creating a mimetic process where people start to realize, oh, if you can achieve this, which is difficult, the kinds of benefits that it holds not only for those people, but also for the community around them, is something that's visible and livable and allows for greater creativity and creation, just in general, community creation, whatever you want to do. A broader shared existential project can emerge from that. It's a holding capacity, and the couples are then bearing some more of that load, but that's literally the point of that structure. The point of that pair bond is so that it can bear more community responsibility. And from there, then you can bear the responsibility of offspring and of children. And from there, you bear the responsibility of education, and from there, you have to talk about the community. And so this kind of becomes a process of the position you're putting yourself in, and what kind of questions you have to answer. And then where does your energy go? Where does your time energy go? Is it, I'm reading theory and it's just about the theory, or is it like in integrated life? And I think that's something that I also think about is like, as facing the complexity of having a career, two people having careers, having children, having a community culture, wanting to invest in hobbies or activities that go outside of kind of economic purpose and domain, I think that there needs to be an integrating function. So for me, that's like me and my partner having similar interests and similar telos so that we can actually work on the same projects. A telos is an orientation or a goal or, something. Direction. A North Star, yeah. And I like to say an existential project. Something that binds us together. And I think the way that I think about this community is like, because I see this as the beginning of long-term relationships in a network that can lead to tutelage. Is that the word? Tutelage? Tutelage. Like I can send my kids over to Idaho to go live with Dave, and then he can send his up to Stockholm. And like this kind of relationship, this capacity to have high trust relationships with other families, to create an environment of education that's not only about reading a book, but also about seeing other parts of the world and learning about other cultures. And this is the thing that I see as the potential capital that emerges from what we're doing right now, even though it seems theoretical, or it seems like, it's just, we're just reading, or you're just idiots with books. I really like that, but it's like the possibilities of the network is really when things start to get exciting.
I just want to say,
what is your
we're going to have, we'll talk in a second about the structure of the remaining time here, but I want to say one of my favorite things from what you said there is the importance of like travel exchange, and how, like some people in high school, they do some kind of that or whatever, but in a society that valued time energy and, say 50 to 100 years in the future was actually harnessing automation to abolish bullshit and shitty kinds of jobs, which are different things usually. The goal would be to redistribute what cannot be automated and make it not your central preoccupation, not your life, not your identity, just something that you do like you do the chores, right? And then in such a society where a lot of stuff's pretty much automated, but maybe you got to move something from here to there. It's very basic. I'm pro-child workers. I'm actually, this is my hot take. I believe that you're not children, but up to puberty, you should be learning other people's children. But up to puberty, you learn 3 to 5 languages, and most of your education is, you do a little of the basics with math and language and whatnot, but most of it's like preparation for immersive cultural exchange learning. And then you go and you actually work part-time when you're there. It's like it's a labor exchange as much as it's a learning exchange. And that, it's like, you're hanging, like you get to know people at the Amazon place, but you're also listening to books. The education continues. And this idea of like, well, for now, we just kind of have to prefigure it in a sense with ourselves and doing that, because it's pathetic to just grow up in Kansas your whole life or what have you. It's like, get out, travel. And then of course people think you should do that when you're stressing about what you're going to do when you get back to uni or to your supposed career after that. It's like people are traveling at the wrong age, at the wrong time. And so then they end up kicking it off into retirement. And then guess what? They're tourists and they're annoying because they didn't learn the language and they don't really know the culture, and it's all too late, And so, in a sort of sense, I hope that we're able to fix that. And, walking back my American supremacy before I get too canceled for it, it's just to say, like, I'm just trying to be a realist about the effects of the cultural memes coming from the States. But like outside of that, and those memes they're not just ideas. They are ideas that come from specific material configurations of a political system, right? And so it's like the left-right thing as a reification of the two-party system there. You might live in a place with 3 parties, but you're still dealing with these American left versus right memes, right? And the way they've been carved up. Well, I hope that...
America didn't invent left.
No, we didn't. No, we just mastered it.
We did it better than everyone else.
Just did it better than everyone else, man. Which is to say, worse.
Yeah.
We did it better, but worse. This is why it's idiocy, and this is why capitalism at its dumbest is coming from the States, right? Capitalism from Europe was very intelligent, but now Europe is this hollowed out shell, and it's becoming neoliberalized, which is an American export, right? Maybe we could blame it on the Austrian school or whatever, but it's obviously that took off mainly in the States and Chicago. Yeah. Okay. All of that's to say, I look forward to hearing what everyone else has to say, but I'm going to grab a fake beer from the fridge over there. And I don't know what you think about that, but
yeah, just closing. Frame this not as like going to pose this not as giving final answers, but I think we should just pose questions that then Dave and I will reflect on as material for Thursday.
And in our upcoming courses on philosophy of right and introduction to Illich, right? So yeah, so let's just closing questions, everybody, and then
I just want to add a last point on what you were talking about, you and Raven, about this notion of network and the importance of it. I think there's different level of maturity. Like the network is level 1. Then you have the business, like let's actually create business, create projects together. And then there's actually let's live together. I mean, there's some festivals and borderland in between, but it's like the people you live with, the people you work with, it's different dimensions that I think still need to be solved, because there's so many villages and eco projects that come together and then dissolve after 3 or 7 years. These are the typical threshold years. But yeah, just wanted to bring those two other dimensions in the picture.
Anyone else with closing thoughts? Dimitri?
Yeah, I think that we can have a very productive conversation on the relationship between European politics and American politics, because that importation is happening in Black Lives Matter. There's so many different examples. But also I want to affirm, like everything that Raven said has been like spot on, like exactly what we need to think. Not to fantasize it about the future, but like what actually matters to us as humans right now. It's basically sex, love, and work, family, friends, these types of things. So yeah, I have nothing to say besides that.
And if Raven's this spot on in a delirious state, just imagine if she just imagine if we can get her a good night's sleep.
Yes, I just had one question, but it's good to keep it as an open question. It was not clear to me why you rejected Piketty's idea of kind of global governance. Was it just the governance model that he proposed, or is it at large a kind of global governance solution? You would say that it's to be rejected?
This is a question being asked by someone who was on my PhD committee and should have read the paper and would know what the answer is to this question. But but the answer, like the long story short, is not like giving you a complete answer, but it's that I think he's proposing a solution which is fit for the metasystem transition of the industrial era. And because we're going to a different metasystem transition, there's a qualitative difference.
Right.
And so he's thinking with an old model to something that requires a qualitatively different way of thinking.
Okay.
Is a short answer.
Okay.
But like we need a lot of thinking here, I think. And also, if I just propose like something that might be speculatively interesting to you regarding evolution and selection pressures, because I feel like if we have one government, the big evolutionary riddle here is that there's no selection pressure for just one government unless there's an alien, right? Like, so like it would require an alien civilization, I think, for us to form a government.
Unique.
So that there,
The situation
otherwise
is
you
unique.
kill
Yeah.
evolution. Like, so it's not evolutionary to have one thing, right? Like it's because there's no selection. I don't. He does. Well, it's a very well. It's interesting. Like in Childhood's End, Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End, the aliens force us into unification. Like we don't unify without aliens.
I wonder if possible extinction will do anything like that. I wanted Dave to be in here. Dave, can you hear? Okay. I just wanted to throw this like other existential kind of frame and see what this might generate, which is the possibility of opening up biology as a substrate for engineering, both on the level of reproduction and reproductive selection and genetic modification of embryos, but also on the level of biological machines, chimeras, things that are a fusion of biological nerves, material, tissue, and technological material. This is already happening, so it is something that needs to be thought deeply. And so far, it's very pre-paradigmatic. There's I am underwhelmed, let's say, by the deep philosophical response to this new opening, this new frontier. And I'm also curious how this might interact with other metasystem shifts and the evolutionary process, and how it might interact with the new sphere.
I want to say this is an issue of the commons, because if we have because we're reaching a level with biotechnology that you could have speciation events.
Yes.
Or you could have people like if we have genetic designer babies or whatever. I mean, it's an issue of the commons. It's like basically the commons of the human genome itself. Like if the human genome itself is editable and modifiable, then immediately transhumanism poses issues for the commons. That's why, to me, the negativities that lead to the commons mostly, to me, focus around technological singularity, not ecological crisis. I think ecological crisis. I'm more confident in the Earth's capacity to respond to us than I am in our capacity to respond to our own technological interventions.
Don't you think that we might head to some kind of ecological disaster that might be big enough? Maybe a one-shot thing?
It could be, but I'm not discounting. I'm more trying to say that the negativity of ecological crisis and global warming is sort of politically well established. Like there's a lot of movements that talk about that and use that as the major political rallying point for a green left.
It's not a surprise anymore.
No, and to me, it's just that when we get to the level of technological singularity, we're questioning a fundamental transformation in production and labor, and that's what might potentially necessitate a different mode of social organization, political organization. It's just I don't know. To me, my entire thinking orbits around the technological singularity and how do we respond to that sociopolitically. Again, in not saying, like, to me, commons, there's like different categories of commons. There's
commons on the level of ecology, there's commons on the level of technology, there's commons on the level of social life, there's commons on the level of biology, biogenetics, there's commons on the level of, there's different dimensions of it. But I'm just saying that the one that seems to me to provoke the biggest red flag is the acceleration of technology and our capacity to deal with how that changes human substance.
It's gonna go faster than the climate stuff.
Yeah. The next 2 decades is going to be insane. Like, and in regards to like, and like the history of like it's insane the level to which the history of the human species has been locked into necessary civilizational labor power. And if automation changes that paradigm fundamentally, then that's the biggest question: is what's the future of the human mind given that release?
Do you have like different frames or different ways of understanding like a biological singularity versus a technological singularity in the typical kind of Kurzweilian sense?
Singularity, because even to me, biogenetics is technology that impinges on our biology.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it is, but I wonder about if there's a difference in kind. Maybe we can take this discussion. I think it's an open question.
Yeah, it's very open. These are materials that we can use for Thursday.
Oh yeah.
Owen, I'd be interested.
I've got like 6 things, but I'm gonna save it all for my closing remarks. So if anybody wants to add to what I will close on, yeah, everyone can add to what I will close on.
Everyone. Owen, nothing. Hagley and Wright.
Grab the mic.
Yeah.
Hey, going on.
Just say that. going on.
Oh, Jora, you can just make Jora say whatever. Just say, Jora, say this.
Say, I want to kill the president.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get drunk.
That's a practical question. Who wants to stay for dinner? I should have enough food. So, everybody, or
is anyone not staying for dinner? If you're not staying for dinner, put your hand up.
Yeah, that's
everyone's staying.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'll make that happen.
Gail's staying. We can't let Gail go. So Joris and then Timothy, or Timothy then Joris.
No,
Joris closes.
No, you've always got something. Let's.
Yeah, I just want to say that Cadell, I'm very ashamed of saying this, but I've GPT'd your paper on the logic of the global brain, and
Sorry? You what? What does that mean?
Summarized.
Oh.
And I was pleased to see how Hegel was putting this emphasis on the relationship between cognitive complexity and embodied wisdom, or instinct and intellect, and the way he's putting it. And
you mean my introduction?
It's in the conclusion. Yeah, your introduction paper.
The introduction paper. Yeah.
Yeah. Even this I resumed. And I have a key question for all of you. I think is my take on how to bridge cognitive complexity and embodied wisdom is through emotional maturity. And my question is, how can intellectual inquiry support emotional maturity? And the other kind of question is like the relationship between cleverness and wisdom. I don't know who said that, but saying that there's no relationship between the two. And so, yeah, I'm just curious about how to make my mental exploration more in service of the body-mind connection.
Great. I guess Joris.
You're not supposed to answer this.
No, I'm taking notes. So final. We got
question.
Joe Mama.
I'm still stuck in the discussion in the beginning between what is philosophy for, and the paradox between a position of a philosopher and a militant or activist or whatever. It's my personal struggle. So taking position, like you were saying, like we have to do something, and then I feel like leaving the philosophical position, and it feels uncomfortable. But it could be something of scared of the phallus or something like that. Okay, cool. Okay.
What's the title? Well, we can send it with. We can share it with the group. Share it with the group.
Yeah. Nice. Good thinking saloon.
So yeah, I mean, so that's a question for us: is in terms of what you strive for at the multiversity with the types of conversations you'd like to cultivate. Do you feel like what we did today was both able to approach really serious deadlocks and sort of holding the right conversation space for those deadlocks?
Yeah.
What was your impression?
Yeah, for me, it's this is what I like. It's.
Did we pull it off?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Fucking right.
Good.
Fucking Joris.
You got
if you get Joris approval. Gold.
PPTU high five.
All right, guys. So I think we can just more go into an informal space. Yeah. Okay. No. Dave. Wait. Dave closes. I will say. Yeah. Dave's gonna close. This is. I'll just say very quickly before Dave closes. This is. This start of the Theory Underground Timenergy tour is, I mean, I think it's, for me, it's part of a larger emphasis of what I've been trying to work on with taking the time to build the loop between the digital and the physical. I think the digital physical loop's really important, that there are many advantages to working online and meeting people online, but I think building a loop and making a point to organize physically is also essential and integral. And I think that's something that share with the Dark Renaissance is same going in the same direction, and Joris going in the same direction. And that this is just really, again, the start of the tour, because there's also going to be events throughout the rest of Europe, which I'm sure most people won't be able to attend, but probably just highlight again the events in London and Oxford, which might be interesting for some of you, and also enough time out to plan to attend those if you want to continue contributing and getting involved. May 24th and 25th. And also Theory Underground, and Dave will say more on this, but Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground are also, well, at least on Philosophy Portal. Then the main focus for me at Philosophy Portal this year is building out a foundation to make philosophy actual, and that's the Portal event space. We host 4 events every month online. Each of the 4 events is designed to give a different sort of experience and make philosophy come to life in a different way. Again, I'd say, like, for me, I find myself much less on the activist end of the spectrum and much more just trying to learn about what it means to make philosophy actual. And in some sense motivated by the fact that I don't see those spaces cultivated in contemporary university spaces. I don't know what the long-term result of this work is going to be, but I do see in the first few months of the portal attracting a very interesting thought community that is just opening up spaces that I would consider to be unique. And then, of course, there's coursework. So if you're interested, check out philosophyportal.online.
On the activist thing, I just want to say,
You're the activist.
Yeah, I just want to say, well, the only reason I brought up militancy is to say I'm not an activist. I'm anti-activist. Theory Underground has been actively anti-activist. It pisses people off. Yeah, I know. But you can be militant and not activist. You can be in the military and not an activist. You're a soldier. You're not an activist, right? You can be a general and you're not an activist. You're just a general. That's militant, but it's not necessarily activist. Activists are people who think, oh yeah, actually I can be the change and I've got it all figured out and here's what it is, guys. And I'm just like, well, you don't. So it's like militancy against activism, you know? By the way, he's Owen's waving the book. I hope some people will pick it up. €10 for the Timenergy one, €15 for the Underground Theory one. That's way cheaper than you can get it online. Please take it off our hands and put the money in it. We're not going to make back any money on this tour. It's just all going down the toilet. But, you know, these are heavy. We don't want to have to throw them off a bridge somewhere. So, like, it'd be nice for someone to actually take them. But with that said, you know, it is a more pronouncedly like political space, even though it's like anti or post-political. And that's because the anti or post in our political kind of position is a counter against the tendencies of the online left, which is where I come from. And so Cadell has been like, you know, he's got his leftish and left kind of positions on things and stuff, but that's not, he didn't live on that side of the internet for too long. He wasn't perpetually online or associating with people who were.
I hate most leftists.
He hates most leftists, you know, and so it's why we can hang out. It's why we can hang out.
I know. I'm the only good. I literally think I'm the only leftist standing. I'm the only good leftist. Yeah.
I like filters. I like walls. I like containers. I like tests. I like this idea of truth tests. I like this idea of filters. It's why I told Nina that she was functionally working as a filter to filter out people who are gender reductionists. It's like, you can believe what you want, but if your position is you can't associate with me because I'm associating with her, get the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, it's that simple. Get the fuck out. I don't want to hear from you. And it's very simple. I told her, it's like, I don't want to have conversations with people who are so I'm a Nina reductionist. Well, what does that mean? It means that I'm not going to associate with people who are doing this gender reductionism thing, but I will with people who are doing some kind of a sex reductionism thing. Why? Well, I see one as a more real contradiction and the other one as having hijacked politics for the last, well, at least 15 years, really. It kind of came in after Occupy and all this. And it's a complicated situation to be in, and I take a lot of heat for it. And that's why we have very pronounced and explicit kind of stuff up front that I don't think Cadell has to deal with, man, because he's more focused on the things that he's focused on. He doesn't have to kind of set up. He's got walls, but it's not these kinds of walls. And it's like it's like trenches in warfare or something, you know what I mean? Well, with that said, it's just like, you have to figure out what are the main contradictions, tendencies, and dynamics that are posed on you by the algorithms and the attention economy, and then see which ones can be harnessed and which ones just have to be very forcefully countered. And then, you know, not necessarily dogmatically, like that's the thing, not in a self-righteous way, not in a, oh, I've got it all figured out, I know what the truth is, going back to this, I am just a man, right, or whatever that is, you know, I guess I'm a man, you know, but it's, I'm not, you know, I'm not saying, oh, I'm the Messiah, I've figured out some doctrine, let's roll it out, right? No, it's, you know what I mean? Like, that's not the goal for me, at least. It is instead to kind of just like be the philosophical hysteric, but at the same time, not just questions, but also books, because I think that that's one of the things that we've all been cut off from, is some kind of a real canon, some kind of a real body of primary texts that we can differentiate ourselves upon the basis of. And without that ability, there is no commonality whatsoever. You know, oh, well, maybe we can have like some Game of Thrones references and 3 of you will get it. And then maybe we can, you know what I mean? It's like people have shows in common, but only in little niche areas. Or maybe like a handful of us have read the same book, but it's like, have any of us actually like all read the same book? Like maybe, but it's the world we're moving towards is one that says, yeah, I might be just a man, but I'm a man who's going to take on the task of, as an American idiot, saying, I'm going to work on that. I'm going to work on that. And working on that for me means taking risks, hedging bets, having a clear sense of what my operating assumptions are, developing those, changing those when I think the time calls for it, or I'm seeing that they're not working out the way that I thought that they would, right? And so to wrap it all back around, to hit on those last few questions, I had written down just a man, so I got that one. The Mumford one, which was brought up about the invention of the clock being the definitive thing in the industrial era, right? I love Moish Bassone's chapter on abstract time in Time, Labor, and Social Domination, where he shows that it's capital needed fixed time, and therefore the clock followed. Whereas you see Lewis is putting it the causality the other way around. It's like the clock was invented and therefore it shaped these relations. But it's like, no, the market and its inventions and techne and the way that it goes is responding to demands. And it's not humane demands, it's capital's demands. And that's ultimately where this came up in Paris. Somebody was raising the technology question, saying, well, technology is inherently instrumentalized and you're always going to be a part of that. And we were saying, yeah, but there's using tools towards human higher ends, and there's using tools towards reproduction and accumulation of capital. And that's why we need that.
What would you say to this charge that's gotten thrown out a number of times, that we need to think something inhuman, or we need to think something like we can't just orient ourselves by the human?
It's always, and this includes Žižek, it just doesn't really tarry with defining the human in a very clear way. I've gone deep down into the rabbit holes of trying to figure out why Heidegger and Marx are considered anti-humanist, and it's very vague kinds of answers, and different people disagree, and the word human gets thrown around. And so I define my terms, and then I use this word the way I mean it, and I don't know what the fuck anyone else is talking about when they talk about it. What I mean is the virtually purposive animal that has language. And virtually purposive means that you're not what you are. You're also your possibilities. And if those possibilities were foreclosed, that's something essential about you. And that, we use the example of the farmer in post-apartheid Africa who was being interviewed for some sociological research a professor I know was doing. And that professor he'd grown up in apartheid Africa as a black man. And he was there with his graduate students who were interviewing farmers, getting their stories. And this, graduate student was all excited and full of like, oh, I'm going to use all this theory, Derrida, Levinas, blah, 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 and then that was in the truck ride to the place. But when he actually got there and he's hearing this guy's story, this guy was going to be a doctor. He was the best student in the village. He had so much potential. And then because of apartheid, they said, you're not allowed to do school anymore actually here. You actually have to leave. And he had to go work for this white farmer. And that became the rest of his life. And here was this old man telling his story. And the graduate student who was getting that story was just kind of like, walked out being like, theory's out the door now. Like, now he can't just, all he can do is witness in a situation like that, right? Well, why? It's because whatever the human is it's virtually purposive. And so it's like, I don't think that genetic manipulation and biomachines and all of these other things that we're doing today make us unhuman, post-human, transhuman. It makes us different than we were. But part of what being human has always meant is working together to figure out what we're going to make of that. Because we've always been being different. And that's why the accelerationists are like, embrace alienation, because that's what they mean. And it's also this kind of Hegelian idea of alienation, which is like self-differentiation, getting away from yourself. But then where I always take it back, and I did this with the beginning of the year's critical media theory seminar, a couple of you were at, was to say, yeah, but there's not just one self that you can differentiate from. There is yourself as you are today, and your habits make you. And then there's this higher self that you feel called to be. And if it doesn't give you a definitive, clear directionality, well, maybe that would be problematic if it did. But it's this quest to figure out what that is, and that's what talent exploration is. If you have a talent for playing the violin, maybe your job or function or role in life is not to be a violin virtuoso. You might sacrifice that to be something else. But it is through the exploration of your talents that you can make informed decisions and make informed sacrifices. And without making informed sacrifices, we're fucked. And the other thing is, we have to be able to know what we could have be. So it's a perfect example of this is the Everything Everywhere All at Once movie. Anyone seen that one? Okay, well, it's about a Chinese woman in the United States who's like a struggling, business owner, and she's a very normal, basic kind of woman, but she lives in the multiverse, and so you end up seeing all of her, a bunch of her alternatives, and these alternatives are like virtuosos at dancing and martial arts and all of these other things. And you know what? If she chose the life that she chose in this sort of existential sense, then good. She's a mother. She chose being a mother. She knew she had these capacities. Well, we hope that she knew that. If she didn't know that, then that's an injustice on the part of a system that keeps you from actually getting to experience these things. And most working people from the neighborhoods I come from think that their possibilities are the music that they listened to when they were in high school and who they drink with after work and what video game they play. Like, that's pretty much their life. And people go, oh, see, well, what would they do with more time? We know what they would do with more time. And that's like, yeah, that's why you need institutions that actually are not directed towards profit, but are directed towards people in this, I don't know, sense of cultivating your virtual purpose of nature. And so to bring it all back around here, and I'll let you still say a closing remark here. You don't need, okay, I'll really close it out then. Bringing it back then to institutions. This is the thing that the 60s radicals were very bad at. They did a lot of psychedelics, and then they were very anti-war and very non-realist in their period of time that they were high. And then eventually they got burnt out, and they took what they called, and this was a common thing back then, to talk about the long march through the institutions. Read books on the 60s. It's a very common thing. So when they took their long march through the institutions in the 70s, well, eventually they ended up being the administrators in the 90s. And now they're still kind of around today, right? And so the torch is being passed on. And the question is like, well, is it just to take, should we all just be like, you know, do shrooms and, you know, whatever, and then take our long march through the institutions once we burn out? Or is there something more that has to be done? And I think different people will have different struggles and different experiences, and some people do need to stick with certain institutions or find ways of being inside and outside, like Cadell is actively doing. Well, there's also the question of new institutions. And I know people raise the question of practical cachet of a time energy theory and all this. Two practical cachet kind of policy initiatives. Like, one is to take the humanities and social sciences out of the neoliberal university and let it be the job mill trade school that it wants to be, and put the humanities and social sciences into new institutions that are very much like libraries, but where people have tenure out the door and get to just teach, as long as they meet certain criteria, like doing a certain amount of public philosophy events, doing a certain amount of these kind of events, doing a certain amount of in-depth reading kinds of things. And they're, you know, and whatever. I'm not going to overthink it. That's other people's jobs to overthink it. But that's my first thing. And then my second one is border towns, border cities, and borders themselves. They're never going to go away. Borders will never leave. As long as the left takes that stance, it will lose. That's just my position. That's what my opinion is. I mean, maybe in 100 and 200 years, something could be done. Capital is doing its work to eradicate borders anyway. But as far as human beings go, I mean, talk to Palestinians and Israelis. No, let's just abolish your border. How's that gonna work out, right? Or Ukraine and Russia. Like, how's that? We were just talking about this the other night. How's that gonna work out? Well, my thing is, I want people to be able to move around. I want people to be able to live with other people. And that not to be done on the basis of something like your skin color or whatever. But also, like, there's a, you know, usually it's like, hey, they need to assimilate if they come here. This is like part of the discourse in America. Oh, they need to assimilate. And then the other side says, no, they don't. We'll have Chinatown over here. And then we'll never talk to them, but we'll eat their food. And it's like this complete breakdown of actually doing any kind of genuinely cosmopolitan or multipolar thing. It is a genuine breakdown of that. And the kind of education program that you were talking about, Raven, is like that kind of thing is a step in the right direction towards humans being able to learn and grow together. But where I'm going at this like border town city thing, it's not like I've written about this, but you know, people ask these questions about practical things. Well, I'm just saying, we're talking about educational institutions in university towns, but also in regular towns like libraries, where people like us would be able to read the books and do the conversations, and this is just part of your life now. You have access to be able to do these kinds of things. Well, why can't those exist at the borders? Why can't those exist where people don't have anywhere to go to, and then they've got amazing impassioned people who are excited to teach and learn, and of course all the people who are like super into like refugee activism. Well, they've got to go a place to go do it. And for all the people who are super pro border, have a place to send their money so that it's not about assimilation or let them be over there. It's about integration. It's about you all, abstractly, you all need to learn the canon, the Western canon, if you're going to live in the West. But guess what? That includes the world philosophy at this point, because the Western canon is inseparable from, Hindu philosophy, from Chinese philosophy, right? So the world religions and world philosophies is actually part of the canon as well. And this argument about what the canon actually is an ongoing one that needs to be front and center for people when they enter institutions. You don't just throw it out and you don't just say it's those old books. No, it's like it's a bigger thing. It's not just a canon of finished books by dead people. It's a canon of living discourses, and these come from milieus that you have to understand the context in order to get. And what does that mean? Like a milieu. We're trying to go from a scene to a milieu. Theory Underground is like the underground theory scene exists, and Theory Underground exists to say, hey, let's make it a milieu by working with the people who are serious, and let's do something more. But every great intellectual tradition, artistic movement, and any kind of movement has come from people reading one another, writing with one another, reading the same texts and then other texts, and then having this kind of conversation. These existed to produce the pragmatists, the transcendentalists, the empiricists, the Marxists, the socialists, the anarchists. Every movement that's existed, the logical positivists, comes out of not just the university where some people were teaching, but like where they went to have these kinds of conversations afterwards and in between the lecture courses. And so we're developing a milieu. And we need institutions that will help develop an intellectual and creative culture that that says you do it because you want to be free. Because the liberal arts is supposed to mean the liberating arts. That's what the root of liberal is supposed to mean in that sense. It's not about your pink pussy hat and your anti-fascist like little pin or whatever. And no, it's liberating arts, right? And liberating arts are to liberate us from what? Necessary labor and preoccupation with toil. And so institutions is kind of the theme of the year. Cadell is pioneering thought towards the state and the role of the state with the philosophy of right. Theory Underground is pioneering thought about institutions. Habermas and Foucault is the wrong way of thinking about institutions without Illich. You can't do it without Illich, because he's going to think about those in terms of we don't even know what we can do with the human yet when we use institutions to bring out our best and help us find our talents. Thank you. And I'll be going on a walk in a little bit, probably just for a half hour, just down the just to get some fresh air. And everyone's welcome to come with me, but also everyone will probably break up into little groups and stuff. I just want you to know that you're welcome to do as you like, and everyone's welcome to hang out with me. I don't care. I want to do that. Just a short little walk.
And I'll set up everything.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Timenergy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag Free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, you know, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, you know what, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. With that said, several subscribers did not migrate from the now defunct app to the new setup, and I'm guaranteed to lose people over time. So please, if you want to get involved, become a subscriber. If you're not even sure what this is all about but are just curious, then I've added Tier 0 and Tier 1 for very basic kinds of access to what we are doing behind the scenes. If you don't have any time or energy to get involved, but you do have some money to help support this project from afar, then please check out the Patreon. My patrons over at Patreon make the podcast and public YouTube possible. Thank you. As for once-in-a-lifetime events, check out the new poster for the American Idiots Theory Underground European Book Tour. Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford from April 27th to May 25th, 2024. 2 events are already fully booked out. Save a seat at an event by getting in contact with us ASAP. Finally, the call for proposals to our conference in Mexico on the last weekend of October 24th through 27th is out. Establish contact if you're interested, and make sure to submit the form before June 1st.